course, Ruby is there with the defense matrix to just eat up as much of that barrage as possible. That's how you endure.
Full control of Choke. Graviton, the second Polaris show their face. They try and use the rush, but it's a little bit too late. The animation startup finishes, but the team is already in pieces.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup 2. We are on day 2 of the tournament so far, and I am Waffles for Sid. We've got Thibbledork on the mic joining me today, and we are excited to be bringing you all of the action you'll be seeing coming up. Thibble, how are you feeling? And honestly, it's great to see you since we got to meet up in Anaheim for grand finals, dude.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's been a wild couple weeks. It's always wild here in Esports town, right? I got the call up like, hey, what are you doing? You want to come do some casting? And I said, abso-frickin-lutely. So here we are, happy to be working with you and happy to be here for what is shaping up to be a pretty awesome day of games.
Yeah, it is. Actually, I think our first game might be one of the best games we have seen as of yet. We had a bunch of 2-0s come through yesterday from the tournament, but there's still a lot more rounds to go through for the Swiss rounds. Big important standings coming through to really ensure they're going on to the next phase in a position they want to be, right? You don't want to be too far in the middle pack of the teams to advance to tomorrow.
Right, yeah. Today is the day where if you've been already doing pretty well in the first rounds, you want to really cement your place up in the top 16. And if you're not in that top 16 currently, today's kind of the day to get there. This is kind of the be-all, end-all. We're going to go through one more round of Swiss today, and then top 16 advance tomorrow. We are going to do our best to pull towards a top four advancing to the finals of this cup number 2. So, I mean, we've got some great teams on board today. Like you said, we have an extremely close matchup, at least in terms of standings, as we've seen it so far, and plenty of maps for them to play on. Look at this map pool here.
Ooh. Yeah, it's our classic order of map pool, right? You start off with Control as per usual. We'll move into Hybrid, Escort, and then close out the day with Push if need be. So far, we're starting off with 1st to 2 for our round robin series. We will be opening with Nepal for our first, I believe we're on Swiss round 4, if I recall correctly. Yeah, so we'll start off with Nepal for our first control map on our first series we cover, but we're actually going to see Timeless Ethereal versus Altiora Nimbus, our number 3 and 4 ranked teams. We've seen a handful of these others play yesterday on their games, and some big favorites at the top with Dart Monkeys and Pursuit up there at a perfect standing and pristine record. So far, number 1 on Overbuff has had some tough competition, though. They were quite the heavy hitters in our first Challengers Cup, and honestly, they're really going to look to make their place here the second time around.
Right, yeah. Like today is really the day to show, like, can you take it to these top teams? Can these top 4 maintain their spots, or are, some of the teams below them in 5 through 8 or even below going to start to kind of make their way up that ladder? 3 and 4, especially here for our first game, right? Timeless Ethereal and Altiora Nimbus both have quite a lot to prove moving into our next round of Swiss and moving into ideally top 16. I think it'd be pretty hard for these guys not to make it at this point with how they've been playing. I'm pretty confident looking at them that these guys are going to be sticking around. They have some big names on their roster. They've been really showing up, showing us what they can do. But I mean, at this point, you're looking at like specific seeding. You're looking at pride, right? You want to be showing like, hey, we're not just like up there. We are the top dogs. So bottom 16 here, or outside of the top 16, let's say, because I can do math. These teams are the folks that really need to step up and punch their way into the first section of this graphic.
Totally.
It's not impossible, but they have some work ahead of them.
Yeah, and some of these teams also had some pretty tough lineups, right? Going out. the
Hmm.
problem, or I guess maybe not the problem, but the risk you run with round robins is you don't really know who you're going to play first. And some of these unfortunate teams had the pleasure of seeing our top 6 teams in some of their first 2 games right out of the gate. So, it's always a little mixed up here, and there's plenty of opportunity for them to come back today. Everyone's working hard, but there's a lot of targets on the back for those people who are already in the top 16. And, we're going to see 3 and 4 face off. So I really think it's going to be a great way of kind of establishing where they actually are in those rankings and what the skill level is. Because, like we said, round robin, you don't really know who you're going to play exactly and which ranking they're going to be right out of the gate. And, this is where we're going to see them really set themselves apart from the pack and show us hopefully some solid consistency.
Right. Yeah, yeah. A chance to establish yourself as like the roster that can punch not just on the bottom teams, but the teams that are right there with you as well.
Right.
As we take a look at Timeless Ethereal here to start off, I mean, this roster in and of itself has already proven with a 3-0 record to start off the qualifier that they have what it takes, that they are punching at an appropriate class, but this will also be kind of probably their toughest challenge yet, and definitely a preview, I imagine, of what we're going to be seeing tomorrow in
Yeah.
the top 16. We're going to be seeing those teams that are truly a level above suddenly clashing against one another. So this will be a great opportunity to kind of see what this group of gamers right here can get into. You've got Jim and Jam, which are just fun to say. I just want to say those 2 together. You, of course, have Aramori, who has been around for a bajillion years in Tier 2. Just
Yes.
a prominent voice, a phenomenal player. You have Azure over here and Santana as well, just like all clearly stepping up and coming together in a big way in what can only be described as a really key moment for this team.
And a handful of those players played on previous Calling All Hero teams for the first Challengers Cup, including Mochi and 130 Time Zone. So, those were also some pretty solid teams for the first Challengers Cup. Moving over, though, we're going to see Altior and Nimbus, who also participated in our first Challengers Cup. We got to cover them earlier, and I am excited to see what they bring to the table. They had a very strong, dominant performance in their round robins, but it was a tough ranking of teams to go against for the finals, and they didn't quite make it all the way there. But Altior has been around for quite a while. They originally were founded in 2020 as an offshoot from Andromeda, which was created by our very own Bailey, aka Pizza Penguin. And they were also women's and LGBTQIA plus type of organization trying to really drive inclusivity. And I have to say, Thibault, it is pretty cool to see how this has come full circle for the marginalized genders and specifically for Bailey bringing this event alive. Obviously, the fantastic results here that you see brought together, but we had quite a fun time at Grand Finals too.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, speaking with Bailey, to bring in some context about me for anyone who doesn't know me, I've been around also for a bajillion years in Tier 2. I created Contenders_OW. I was the founding social media manager for Triumph way back in the day. Like, we've been around. I have passed through the hands of numerous, heads of contenders and so on. And our supreme overlord, as I was told to refer to her, has been doing some major work behind the scenes and really bringing things together. And both the success of the Challengers Cup as well as the success of Altiora kind of as an overarching org is definitely due in huge part to her. Thank you. My PayPal, I believe, is in your DMs, just so you know, Bailey. But as we get into game, as we focus on maybe something a little more on topic for the exact moment we're in, we're coming up on Nepal here. We're starting on Sanctum, and we've got some compositions coming online. Winston's Sojourn, obviously, no surprise. Essel starting on the Sim, I imagine just for the TP. Yep, there's the Reaper. And we're getting a mirror. We're getting exactly what we expect as we get into this first fight.
Yeah, you know, everyone wants to get to the point as quickly as possible, take the space they're looking for, and, well, now it's all about the poke phase, right? A jump comes through, is forcing out a bit of the Suzu here, and trying to continue putting pressure onto Altior Nimbus. Timeless Ethereal still applying the pressure, but no one has quite captured the objective yet. This is quite the skirmish here on the side, and with the bubble covering, there is no escape for Azure there. Altior Nimbus gonna go ahead and take the point first.
I mean, and good on them just for having like the great initial engage of knowing just when to step up, just when to pull out a cooldown right there. This is very much a meta where it's, okay, how early can we force out the Suzu? And then how quickly can we convert on that open window of vulnerability?
Yeah.
So Altior Nimbus stepping up first.
There's Jim popping a lot of damage here as this Reaper pretty much in your face. Steady's going to have to be careful, and Altior continues to throw resources into keeping them topped off. Jam taken down in the mix of it. Zainzuk following another kill there onto Aramori, and now it's gonna be Altior still continuing to hold the point.
And we see this a lot coming into control, especially in this meta, where if you're going to get first control and win that first fight, you probably have a pretty decent time of it for the next 2 or 3 fights.
Right.
The positioning advantage, especially on a map like Sanctum, is huge. And now as we get into what's looking to be our third fight, Altior and Nimbus, also, they still have that positional advantage, and they're coming online with a lot of great ultimates. Though they did use the Kitsune Rush in the last fight, so that is an open window here for Aramori and Timeless Ethereal.
Dive is pushed here by Santana. They have Primal Rage online as well. Jam gets taken down by the railgun shot, and, well, Zainzuk goes ahead and puts everyone in their place. With that quick shutdown, Thibble, there's no one there to really keep putting pressure on the point. 71% captured, and now we are encroaching on last fight territory.
Last fight territory, yes, but I will say that Timeless Ethereal have at least had extremely good ultimate discipline in the sense that they are not blowing things trying to clutch out a lost fight. They use that primal kind of midway through to try and establish the space. And also here, sneaky. He's going to see what he can get with the death blocking, but I don't even know if he's going to need it. He does get spotted though.
All right, not sneaky enough. That's fine. That's fine. Still waiting around a bit, and Aramari goes ahead and pops Kitsune there, trying to get Timeless in this fight. They've lost Santana in the process, and Jim follows suit. There is so much pressure being put out by Altior and Nimbus, and as a result, if Timeless cannot get on the point, they're getting booped off one after another, and this first round goes to Altior and Nimbus.
I mean, that whole thing really was an exercise both in just a solid neutral game for Altiora there, as well as just understanding the geometry of a map like Sanctum. You have these crazy chokes that kind of the main choke that you always have to try and go through if you're going to go as a team. Just kind of how this meta wants to play. And that whole time, if you can't be aggressive enough to pull out a cooldown or force a mispositioned error of some sort from Altiora, you're not going to make much headway. So even when Timeless Ethereal built up their ultimates, came into that last fight with some tools at their disposal, they weren't really able to convert strictly because Altiora were so prepared for that. They were able to store their own ultimates. They were able to control the pace of their cooldown usage offensively and defensively. And I mean, that was frankly a bit of a masterclass. But Shrine is a new day.
Well, and Control is definitely its own beast, whereas, we could see some different results on the other map types. It looks like there's already been some Sojourns just popping off right here on the railgun shots, but with Steady going down, it is going to favor Timeless since, well, with no tank, you don't really have the staying power you want to take point.
Yeah, Winston is, I think it's an understatement to say he's pretty important in this meta. He is definitely a linchpin of this entire composition. His engagement is insanely strong, always has been. His damage is pretty good. He's got his ranged option now. His ultimate is great. He is such a key piece. So losing to Winston early on, we're gonna have a bad time.
Nice disruptor shot coming through here, and now it's still putting more pressure on to Timeless, forcing them away and allowing Essel to just follow up on so much damage, free firing here into the heart of Timeless.
I mean, we kind of call it as we go, cast a curse as it is. Santana goes down, and Altiora here are starting to make some progress. They want to clean this up before they get back to point, but they do manage to pull that off. So 34% gain for Timeless. It's something. It's not nothing. But now Altiora is setting up, like establishing their position here. They have Kitsune Rush coming online. They're also ahead in the sound barrier by a decent bit. And if they do this right, they can really create a nice cycle of ultimates to come through. Timeless Ethereal, on the other hand, you've got Azure coming online with the overclock. Maybe you get something out of that, especially if you can combine it with the Kitsune Rush.
Ooh,
you
yeah.
have to hope on that clutch factor to bring this back into favor.
Mayman goes ahead, pops the Kitsune early in this fight. Essel gets aggressive as a response and continues to pressure Timeless Ethereal back into their own spawn. Absolutely relentless, and a beautiful early instigation coming through from Altiora Nimbus.
And it's funny because at the start of that, I was thinking, oh, great, Timeless, they're doing what they need to do, and they see an ultimate and they leave. And normally that happens, you see the other team disengaging, you go, all right, we scared them off, we're good.
Right.
And Altiora Nimbus said, nah, we could pull an extra 20% out of this if we just run at them. Like, they're playing with that almost reckless confidence, except it is perfectly calculated.
Well, there is a full court press here being executed by Altiora Nimbus, and now Timeless is trying to shove them back. They have gone ahead, popped this overclock, and the sound barrier keeps Altiora in this fight. There is a Death Blossom here from Essel as he continues to just try and put the pressure on. It's all about steady keeping this pressure, continuing to fill the kill feed, and once again, holding defensively strong. Altiora takes this point.
I mean, and a great rotation there coming through from Altiora, a fantastic sound barrier from Karopi coming through at just the right time. Time was starting to push up, popping what they could to try and create that clutch factor that I was talking about, and they just weren't able to. And now it's going to be all they can do to just touch the point and force another fight.
And this is not where you want to be when you need to engage. It's so much more difficult. You have to be perfect. Sound Barrier is here for Timeless to try and keep them in this fight, but with Jam going down shortly after, they already are hurting on their support side. The point continuing to try and they flip the point in their favor, but Altiora has not given up. They don't have to take it right away. They're going to cap it back themselves, win the fight, and go ahead and look to win this map, Thibble.
Yep, with overtime rules as they are, that's an easy dub there for Altiora. I mean, it's just a rough spot to be put in if you're Timeless, right? You're engaging with the sound barrier to force overtime. Don't listen to Wizard Young. It's usually not a good idea to do that. Karopi coming through here with the play the game. I wonder what it was. It was not the sound barrier that I love so much over on Shrine. But even so, man, the guy was having a great game.
Yeah.
And just in general, I mean, again, I throw the word masterclass around, but that was kind of textbook as Nepals go. So a great showing there.
Nice little boot. Whole thing, yeah.
A little bit of
Well, Karopi really living up to their namesake of playing the frog hero on the board. And honestly, the Lucio has been critical to, allowing these teams to play at such a fast rate and really capitalize on some of those engagements and follow up on the dives that Winston is doing. Those Suzus are critical. You mentioned earlier how they're trying to get them forced out, and honestly, I think Altiora did a fantastic job at continuing to instigate and force Timeless to use those resources early.
Yeah. I mean, I think a big thing that we often talk about in any level of Overwatch in any game is, are you playing your own game or are you forced to play someone else's? And this was a great example of Altiora Nimbus constantly playing exactly the way they wanted to play, at the tempo they wanted to play, the location they wanted to play, and Timeless Ethereal kind of always needing to adapt, always on the back foot, always, okay, we need to rotate, we need to be reactive rather than proactive. That's a rough spot to be in.
Yes.
Yeah, Control in general, like you mentioned, can kind of create those scenarios pretty readily, but there's plenty of series left here potentially for Timeless Ethereal to bring that back.
Yeah, there definitely is. Although here in our Swiss round robin stages, it is only first to two. So although both of these teams are still, sitting, feeling good at 3 and 4 rank, there's still, a little bit of pressure for Timeless to actually perform and turn this around. Now, they've got some pretty experienced players on their team. You mentioned Aramori earlier, who's been around the scene for a long time, and honestly, as their primary in-game leader, I'm sure she's got a lot of pressure to help them moving into their hybrid map next. So we'll have to see what they decide as Nimbus won the last one. And we'll be right back, folks, so don't go anywhere. folks, and welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup 2. We are in the midst of our first series of the day in our round robin stage 4, and we are about to see Timeless Ethereal go up against Altior and Nimbus on our hybrid map. And, well, Thibble, considering it's a hybrid, are we going to King's Row? Probably.
Statistically, yeah. But I mean, all three right here, these are probably my favorite hybrids now.
Yeah.
Looking at these three, I've loved Paraíso since it was added in. I think it is vibrant and fun and dynamic in so many different ways that we haven't seen. King's Row, of course, being the ubiquitous, classic, timeless moments of Overwatch history have happened on King's Row. And then Eichenwalde, of course, is kind of starting to become that sort of map for me.
Yeah.
But I won't talk about it because we are going to King's Row. Excellent choice by Timeless.
Not a surprising choice, honestly.
No.
It's easily the community favorite to be on. Actually, with the Junkertown bug happening, we got kicked out of our Junkertown game last night and put into a King's Row game instead. So, a nice little upgrade on the evening there. But these teams are going to be really comfortable on King's Row, as we all are here in Overwatch, right? We know every single choke coming through, and it's going to be really a big question of, can Timeless Ethereal adapt or maybe wake up a bit and come to play for this series? Because Altiora came in strong for that last map.
Yeah, I mean, coming out swinging on a 1-2 is a strong recipe for success. So not a lot of time here for Timeless Ethereal to kind of shake that off and dust off the nerves or whatever other turn of phrase we want to use there. They got to get going.
Warm up those phalanges, folks.
Yeah. Get the hand warmers, do the exercises that Jake taught you, whatever you got to do. Altiora coming out here on defense. It's exactly what we expect. Timeless Ethereal looking maybe for that early Widow shot. Aramori sticking on the Mercy. A little damage boost. Jim, play the Junkrat.
Yeah.
I see pro players complaining so much about Junkrat right now. Oh, he's broken. His trap's too strong. He just spams damage. You don't even need to be accurate.
How is spam damage
right.
a complaint? That's been a day one issue.
Yeah. I mean, have you ever heard of Overwatch? It's developed by Blizzard Entertainment, released May 2016. Hero shooter. Come on, get with the times, people. Play some Junkrat. That's all I'm saying.
I love it. So far, though, Timeless switching over to the mirror matchup. No surprise coming through. We saw that all through the grand finals as well. And it's the strongest comp we've seen so far in Overwatch 2. There's a early pick, first pick, actually, of course, by Zenzuk onto Jim. That's going to put Timeless here on the back foot, but they do have the spawn advantage, so resetting and regrouping is definitely in the game for them.
Right, and you see Altiora here, do we push the advantage? How much do we want to lock up? There's that delicate dynamic of pushing but not overextending, even with a pick. Because, with the spawn advantage, it's not as big a deal as it is in other parts of this map. So, still playing very cautious, still playing a great neutral game, and not much progress made on the point, obviously, as we hit our first minute of this first round.
Ooh, and there can be a fine line between over being aggressive and overextending, and it can turn on a dime as a result. Timeless here getting aggressive, but they're gonna have to play right into Mayman's Kitsune Rush. There's a pick onto Azure, and now it is all Altiora Nimbus continuing to corral Timeless Ethereal back to spawn.
Yeah, I mean, just another strong start to that fight, not really giving Timeless Ethereal the chance to get things moving in a meaningful way. On King's Row especially, you need a pretty decisive fight to take this first point. There's always the chance at a little run back. You really need to be ready to lock it all the way down. Almost like TCP back in the day, but thankfully not nearly as bad.
Sound barrier here for Timeless Ethereal as they continue to push and engage, and now we see Santana has gotten really aggressive in the backline of Altiora Nimbus. No worries, Primal Rage is online, and he decides to opt back to regroup. Gotta make sure you're here, and, lures the members of Altiora into the Death Blossom. Jam goes down as a result, and it's gonna be Altiora continuing to take down the members of Timeless.
So, I mean, a great play, I think, from Santana as the Primal comes out. I like the extension into Streets, but didn't buy quite enough space, quite enough time as Altiora start to kind of bring this back.
That was a beautiful Zuzu by Mayman, but you know, in the end, it's still going to be tough here for Timeless to push forward. They lost Santana late in that, but Azure's hunting and takes down Kuropi as a result. They do go down in the end, but you know, there's still 118 on the clock.
This is so scrappy, so back and forth. This is where the spawn advantage starts to come into play because Timeless Ethereal do have it just slightly. So they get that second tick, maybe coming in for a read.
No, they've got Kitsune. Yeah, engage with Kitsune here just to stall, but Kuropi does go down first in this fight. The payload the payload is captured. The point has been lost, and well, regardless of Altiora actually winning the fight, they did lose the cart.
Yeah, I mean, they started winning after they had lost. You know, that's really the one-liner for this one, right? They come in, they immediately lose Kuropi despite dropping the Kitsune Rush there. The point is captured, and then they decide, we'll get a pick. You know, easier said than done, right? And Timeless Ethereal well executed on their push there. I mean, great extensions into the streets to really push the point, really buy yourself some space, and then getting back onto the point and defending from that position where they were initially trying to attack to.
Right.
Really gave them the topography to make it happen. And now another Kitsune Rush coming out from Aramo.
And that is a nice use of the Kitsune to help Timeless break through that archway. That is a really tough choke point to sometimes get stuck at when you're running back from your spawn. And now they have all of this space to roll the cart through during the streets.
Absolutely. And I think as well, the synergy between that Kitsune Rush and Santana and Jam's initiations has been really, really strong. Because Santana's taking so much space off of that, jumping all the way in and really just pushing, and creating some huge space for Timeless Ethereal to be looking at.
We see Death Blossoms online as well, and well, it's pretty much just a matter of time before they see who is the unfortunate victim of the damage. Timeless looking to continue engaging forward, and Jam has the sound barrier. That could be exactly what Jim needs to continue instigating and sustaining through the damage. There's the combo right there. Even though they're pushing into Mayman's Kitsune Rush, it's still Timeless coming through with all of the kills, Thibble.
Let it rip. Man, it feels like we're back in 2017 with this meta sometimes. I tell you what, it's as mentioned, right? So many ultimates coming online there. It was a lot of who's going to press their Q better, who's going to get some picks in the neutral between all the chaos. And Timeless Ethereal, again, being very patient, stepping forward with the sound barrier. That was kind of the trade-off they made. Kuropi still has theirs, but Jam stepping forward with that gave them the extra beef. Now though, yeah, Altiora Nimbus stepping up early, punishing an overextension here from Timeless.
And a big collapse onto Santana, forcing out the Primal Rage as a result. And now we can see that Timeless is still continuing to try and push this cart. They did lose a couple people. They're taking a little bit more of a reserved approach, right? Azure looking to charge up the railgun and pepper them down. Timeless here wants to cap this point, Thibble. There's only 2:15 left on the clock, and that is not a horde of time to work with. They definitely want to be mindful. Sound barrier popped by Nimbus, now going to make it tough for Timeless to push into and continue fighting this battle and taking the space they want. Steady is so low, burned down even in Primal Rage, and now Timeless is still going to try and push this cart. Oh, this is trouble. Do they see Zenzukt here on the side with the overclock? Can't hit his shots though. This is absolutely disastrous. You want to put so much more damage down, but a stall was successful. Enough to give Essel the Death Blossom? Thibble, what a great job by these DPS to hold the point, and now the clock's only at 1:30.
Yeah, I mean, that whole overclock, right, did not necessarily get the value that we wanted looking at that from the flank, but it also was so distracting that it gave Essel the chance to just drop them 16.5 feet through an announcer's table at Hell himself. So now Altiora Nimbus really reestablishing themselves, kind of understanding like the different way that Timeless Ethereal is playing, because they're absolutely shifting their style to a much faster, more aggressive play, which works for this meta. Altiora are starting to get wise.
Wow, that is a beautiful opening shot. That is a huge disadvantage for Altiora Nimbus, and now Timeless continues to get aggressive. I love the additional jump there from Santana as Zenzukt gets taken down as a result, and now it's going to be all about handling the trickle of Altiora Nimbus out of either side of the spawn, Thibble.
And this is what I'm talking about with that shifting style, right? Santana just being at the spawn door, not afraid to push up, not afraid to use his resources. He's getting support from his team as the primal comes through.
Death Blossom by Jim on the middle of the point, gets booped around a bit, but still it is all Timeless Ethereal in this kill feed. Santana absolutely shredding members of Nimbus with the Primal Rage repeatedly, Thibault. That was not the only time we saw that play come through.
Yeah, I mean, it's Santana's world. We're just living in it right now. You know, like so many of those fights, right, were enabled by, oh God, there's a Winston directly in our face. We really can't look at the rest of the team right now. Oh God, the rest of the team is still doing stuff though. Uh-oh, we just lost that fight. Like 3 or 4 of the most important engages from Timeless Ethereal came from that dynamic, came from Santana playing absolutely pedal to the metal. And in this meta, that's kind of the order of the day. You cannot play scared. You cannot play on the back foot. You need to be playing your game, as we've discussed. So this is really the switch that we needed to see them flip.
Yeah.
Sure, you've only got 22 seconds in the time bank, but finishing King's Row at all is still a feather in the cap.
Totally.
So now, Altiora Nimbus, the gauntlet's been thrown. You know, if you want to finish this on this map, you better show up, because they were starting to play on the back foot a little bit. They were getting wise. They were getting their picks here and there, but it was not enough. So this is their opportunity to, okay, bring it back. Hang on, everybody. We're still pretty good at this game. Let's do something with this. So
steady there, whoa.
Yes, whoa, mama, whoa. Hey.
Easy there, Bessie.
Yes, yeah. This is everyone's favorite horse girl movie coming to life in real time in Overwatch. You're welcome, folks.
No one's surprised by the mirror comps we see rolled out here. Engagement around this statue, and well, we're gonna see who actually gets picked off first. Last time it was from a railgun. This time, is it gonna be from one of these tanks just engaging pretty much in the heart of each other's teams? They're constantly trying to circle around, and well, of course it's a railgun shot. This is a Sojourn meta, and at 19 health, Zenzuk gets really low, gets taken down by Jam on the aggressive chase, and I gotta say, Moxie and Dustin were right yesterday. The Lucios are having the times of their life in this meta.
Yeah, I mean, any Lucio meta where your job is go, get in there, you're gonna have some fun with it. And Karopi and Jam, sometimes perhaps to their detriment, greatly enjoy that style of play here, as Santana again stepping up, still not afraid to try and recontest this point.
That was a good Suzu rolling through here from Aramori, and now the point almost has 2 ticks in favor of Nimbus. Timeless goes ahead, steps on to defend and hold this point. Kitsune is going to get thrown as soon as it's ready, and that is going to significantly help Timeless continue to push Nimbus back. They committed the sound barrier on top of it, and with both support ultimate stack, I gotta say Nimbus might be happy with that fight.
Honestly, yeah. So expensive in terms of the support ultimates there for Timeless Ethereal. Mayman instead only opts to pop the Kitsune Rush, or I guess Altiora as a team instead only opt to pop that. Karopi now coming online, though, with their own sound barrier, and that is going to be the key advantage in this next fight. How can you use that to create some space for yourself? Like, here they go.
Sound barrier is used from Nimbus because the Suzu was forced out early. Essel gets the first kill onto their counterpart as Jim, and continues to fill the kill feed. I love how aggressive they're getting, and there are no one should be escaping. Okay, good push here. They're gonna cap this point and easily take this space, and they want to hold before the archway. No one wants to get stuck trying to funnel through this archway. It's not a good time.
Right, yeah, but Altiora have set themselves up so well here. Very disciplined with their ultimates. They knew they were only going to need that sound barrier. Again, acting with that confidence that they need. And now they have all their toys to play with to hold this choke point. But Timeless Ethereal stepping up and using some of their own tools, saying, no, man, we don't want to get caught here anymore. You want to keep us.
I want to give props over to Timeless Ethereal for, being able to focus fire down steady when they're primal raging. That is absolutely insane how quickly they are dropping to low health and forced to return and retreat to their supports. And this is almost a whole different team than what we saw on our first map.
Right, yeah. I mean, we talk about Santana stepping up. We're talking about Azure here hitting the shots in these last couple fights, like really making the difference. Like you said, I mean, in a Sojourn meta, it is, are you going to hit your shots or not? Right now, the answer is yes. They're steady guys.
Yeah, and I mean, that is a tall ask and a lot of pressure on the DPS. Kitsune used right up there on the high ground by Mayman, and now Altiora is continuing to try and push this payload. It is an absolute chaotic battle, and they have not been able to move this cart very much. They are still continuing to pressure and push Timeless back, but it is all, it is gonna be tough.
Yeah, I think looking at a fight like that that's taking place behind the first point after it's been captured, that's generally speaking to, okay, we've got the download. We know what we got to do. We have consistently won this fight. And now immediately they take that point, they throw Karopi on the cart, say, dude, don't go tweeting on this right now. And just step up, take the space. Setting up here on this corner, just sitting steady, sitting pretty, waiting. I like this move from them as well, backing up. You don't need to overextend. Let them come forward. Let them use their push breaks and stuff. Let's just get out of here. We've got the time.
Yeah.
We're confident that we can do this.
Looking for the Kiriko there, not around the corner. And you're right, this is a beautiful retreat coming through from Altiora and Nimbus. You don't need to engage when they've committed such valuable resources like the Kitsune. Zenzuk goes ahead, uses the overclock, and now is hunting for the kills, throwing in the damage into Santana, who's gone ahead, used that Primal Rage. Steadies use their Primal Rage as well, and once again they get mowed down in the process of it. So much damage being output by Timeless Ethereal to take down a Primal Raging Winston Sybil, and honestly it is tough for them. They almost had that fight win there, but Timeless seems to really feel strong and seems to be adapting to this playstyle.
Yeah, it's the closest it's been so far in terms of fight wins, right? Both teams are really taking the hits and dishing them out in equal measure. Altiora, though, coming online with an ult advantage here, right? Timeless Ethereal really had to burn every candle to make that fight happen. And they are holding decently well. There's not a ton of progress being made, but Altiora have a big opportunity here with that Kitsune Rush and that Death Blossom to really crack this thing open.
There's Minan's Kitsune Rush being used to instigate this fight, and Essel gets taken down in the middle of a Death Blossom. That is an unfortunate result with so much damage taken off the table. Pretty much stopped Altiora Nimbus in their tracks, and now Timeless is here with a 45-second time bake, looking to hold before the second checkpoint.
On Nepal, right, we were talking about the Timeless Ethereal just needs that clutch factor to stay in these fights. They need to get those picks. They need to hit those shots. That clutch factor is here, and their name is Azure, because goodness gracious. Like, that is just the play that you need. You're coming in with an ult disadvantage, with a positional disadvantage, and you just keep getting the picks. That is exactly what they need. I mean, we're 15 seconds away from a tied series.
And Altiora here on the back foot, Timeless, aggressive, and, well, we talked about not wanting to get stuck in that archway, and that is unfortunately what's happened to Altiora. Mayman's already out of the picture, and it's just Essel here trying to stall and touch the point, staying out of sight of Azure's railgun. Does manage to outlive just long enough, but there's so many people around on Timeless Ethereal that is only a matter of time before they handle everyone trickling on. That's going to be Timeless Ethereal tying up the series.
And I mean, we talked about this one being close. We talked about this being number 3 versus number 4 and how it needed to show us what these teams could do. And we're seeing it. We're seeing the clutch factor come out. We're seeing the ult discipline come into play. We saw, if you were looking there in that last fight, there were a lot of pings onto that like upper flank window here at this corner because they knew someone was going to come in and try it. And as if on cue, Jim walked forward. Essel walked forward, color switches, and Azure was ready. Azure was there, had the ultimate waiting, and said, yeah, you're going to go hide behind the cart? I'm going to stare at you, and we're going to just see what happens here. You know, they were acting with such confidence and with such a plan clearly in place, and that is exactly the development and the evolution over the course of a series that you need to see for a top team to stay a top team.
Agreed with you there. And, you know, we were talking behind the scenes during our first break that we were a bit surprised about Timeless's performance on our first map of Nepal. We know these players and they're they're typically quite powerhouse performers. And, this adaptation that we've seen come through here on this second map really goes to show you that is what they bring to the table. Now, first to two, one round to calibrate, definitely puts the pressure on, especially for their fans out there. But nonetheless, the 1-to-1 score definitely shows that there is some adaptation and growth coming through. And I gotta say, I wonder if Timeless will be able to handle Nimbus's map choice pick on Escort next. Folks, we'll have to see exactly how that unfolds. So top off your water and we'll be back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup 2. We are at our match point of the series, and Thibault, it's tied up between Timeless Ethereal and Altiora Nimbus.
And that's really been the story of the day so far, right? We're seeing a dominant first map coming through from Altiora Nimbus, and we go, oh man, Timeless better get it together. They don't have a lot of space here to make that happen.
Yep.
And then, lo and behold, on Kings Row, they step up. They play an entirely different, more aggressive, more salient sort of style, much like Elon's lines of code. And now thank you. We're heading over to Escort now. Tons of options here looking at these three. We've got a great pool the more I look at it. Circuit Royal has so many opportunities for hit scan play, for some Sigma, like a little breakaway from the meta. Though lately that has been happening too much. And then, of course, Dorado and Route 66 are these longtime bastions of excellent play, crazy opportunities for aggression or more tempered styles in equal measure. And Altiora picked Dorado. So we are heading over to Mexico to finish out this series. I like the options here that kind of affords them. They have the time and the space to maybe recover from the haymaker that they just got, try and send 1/4 of their own.
Yeah.
Because I think, like, if you're Altiora Nimbus, right, and you go into Nepal and it's like pretty easy going, you're like, great, okay, cool. We're going to maintain this momentum. We're going to keep playing forward. We're going to keep being those people. And then you come into King's Row and it's like, whoa, wait, hey, hang on. Whoa.
Yeah.
So, like, this is the chance now for them to be like, can we get back to, as I was saying earlier, per my last email, and then on the other side, Timeless Ethereal are like, whoa, yeah, okay. Oh, the juice is flowing now. We're starting to get the download. We're starting to figure out how we want to do this. Let's do that again, please.
They had their retrospective.
Yeah, they've already gotten to the point where, like, yeah, we're done looking back. We figured it out. We're moving. Come with us or not. So they really want to maintain that speed, maintain that ferocity of play. And we see here on the defense a little wrinkle coming out. We got Jim on the Echo here.
Okay.
I dig it. It's different.
I like it with this map. I think the levels would help, and there's a lot of good cover opportunities where you don't have to just float out in the open vulnerable. I do think that's a big risk to run into Zenzuk, though, on the Sojourn. Those railgun shots are on point, and they've already taken out Azure early in this fight. Sybil, that's going to be smooth sailing for Altior to just go ahead and continue. Well, maybe not as smooth as I thought, with Essel going down and Jim continuing to slay the lines of Altiora. Timeless actually going to be able to turn this fight and hold the point.
Yeah, I mean, is it a caster curse if what you say is right? Is it a caster blessing? I don't even know. You got the mojo.
Caster prophecy.
yeah, there we go. Apollo with the gift of prophecy. Have a dodgeball. Yeah, Jim stepping up in a big way, keeping Essel down. I mean, the focusing beam especially is such a great counter. And again, Timeless Ethereal are maintaining that aggressive style. Like I said, they've got to keep the gas going. And right now they are having no problems with that. They are hitting their shots. They're doing what they got to do. And Altiora, you can see, Essel on the Genji here trying to make something work. I think against this composition, is not the answer. And yeah, he swaps over to the Reaper. So they want to focus on the front line rather than trying to deal with Jim on the Echo. Yeah. Like, let's just kind of keep the brawl style going.
And, formal apology to Jim on my behalf for doubting the Echo. Obviously, I've been put in my place, and you've been doing fantastic so far in the round. So far, Altior continuing to try and push, take the high ground, and create more space for themselves to actually push the payload. They've encircled Timeless Ethereal, trying to continue putting this pressure on, but with Kitsune's pop actually from both directions, it's really going to be about who can capitalize on the boost provided. Of course, Jim is there in the kill feed. Mayman gets one in the process, but is it going to be enough to allow Altior to actually gain space here on this payload?
It's starting to look like it. I mean, shout out to Me-Man, though, I just want to say, because that was like pure bloodthirst of like, I don't care what you are, I'm going to double headshot you and nothing survives that. And I love that because that is such an important part that we maybe overlook, or at least me down in Plat. I can't play anything.
I'm not that high of it.
But that's such an important thing that this isn't just like a stand back and heal. Like, the Kiriko can create some amazing openings, and right now that's exactly what you need. Jim swapping to the Kiriko himself.
Yeah, I mean, that's the opening they're looking for. Azure almost going down, but look at those support resources just being pumped into them, keeping them topped off. We also had Essel switch over to that Tracer, and, Pulse Bomb is slowly approaching, but it's providing a bit more pepper damage and forcing Timeless to look just one more direction.
Right, yeah, and I would almost expect, I think the Tracer is a good pick, and I think Essel is capable of playing these heroes, just looking at the team sheets and everything. It's just I would almost expect more of a Soldier or a Cassidy, or you just do that. What on earth is that?
there is Zenzuk just absolutely popping off on the Sojourn, hitting a flow state while in overclock, and now Steady is here trying to continue to capitalize on the damage. Altior and Nimbus do have the man-up advantage, and now they just need to continue pressuring Ethereal back. They need to push this cart through the choke point, and there it is. They've made it through that critical archway, and now it's all about putting the pressure on to cap this first point.
I mean, so you get the first point, absolutely, but look at the time bank here. Under 3 minutes for first. I mean, they were at about 20 seconds left in the game.
Right.
You know, like that was obviously a very successful effort from Timeless Ethereal. Like that worked, which is weird because the meta is kind of where it's at right now. It's in a very set state. And I mean, you heard me yell about Junkrat. I am all for breaking that up a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
But for that to actually be as effective as it was, I mean, hats off, right? Like that was fantastic. And now though, they're still going to try and make this work.
Oh, and that's a nice pick there onto Steady early in this fight. Altior has already pretty much lost this fight after losing their tank. A nice pulse bomb attempt comes through. Essel doesn't quite make it through that aggression though. And well, Altior is still going to try and push this payload, but oh, that's a DC there on Timeless. We are missing our Kiriko there on that side. So I suspect that we will encounter a game pause here momentarily, folks.
Maybe. I should hope so.
Maybe, baby.
I don't know,
okay,
actually,
still an engagement here on the high ground. We'll run with it here until we see otherwise. Altiora do have a lot of ultimates online, including both support ultimates. And oh, there's our Amori back in the game here. And oh, they are back with 0% ult charge.
There's the pause.
There we go. Okay.
I wonder if we're going to attempt to maybe bring it back to where that ultimate was somehow, if it can be reverted or shifted back in that way, or if we're just going to figure out, do some deliberations about what that little DC means. I mean, Jim had just gotten a pick before that pause came through.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, I don't need a Kiriko to right-click somebody to death. I'm doing fine. I'm Jim. So, I mean, not the worst state, right? That DC didn't immediately cost them a fight or anything crazy, but of course, in the interest of integrity, I'm sure they're figuring out right now what to do about that particular scenario.
Right. Well, and of course, you know, when you are disconnected and you lose all of your ult charge as a result, it's you know, we've talked about this in broadcasting as casters, right? It's a marathon, not a sprint, and there's a lot of opportunities, big and small, throughout the entire game that could have changed the tide or set you momentum-wise in a different direction, or maybe given you that extra edge or advantage that would have, you know, helped you win. And yeah, you know, there's that end of game clutch moment opportunities, but sometimes they also unfold in the body of the match like we're seeing here. So, you know, it's really tough to see a team like Timeless Ethereal, lose our Amori, who, you know, is super critical to their team. She is their in-game leader as well. So I'm wondering if there were also comms dropped on top of being disconnected, because that's another...
That could have been the reason for not the immediate pause, right?
Precisely.
If you get DC'd and lose voice connectivity, you can't go, hey guys, I DC'd.
Right.
So, and in the heat of the moment, in an official, you know, you're maybe not pressing, you know, spam pressing tab. You know, you're focused on the fight.
You're tracking you're tracking ultimates and cooldowns and player locations, both friendly and enemy. You can't track to see if people are actually still in the Discord call or not. There's
maybe a little bit busy.
Right.
So I get it.
It's definitely unique to esports too, because you know you know right away when someone's hurt or, you know,
Tom
not
Brady
in the
has
game.
disconnected. He just disappeared. Where did Tom Brady go?
Right.
His Wi-Fi went down. That's not how this works.
We just green screened him out on the.
Yeah, we are at Gillette Stadium. We are in a physical location. How does that work?
Indeed.
Still working on getting this figured out, folks.
Totally, yeah. Oh, it looks like we will be back, you know, relatively quickly. Like we said, we don't know exactly what the status of the game will be or the ultimates, but The
I mean,
way
the
Timeless
show
has,
must go on.
right?
Yeah.
Timeless has been playing pretty well though. So regardless, hopefully this doesn't shake their, mental focus and fortitude. And really, if they can triumph over something like this that just pretty much
Hmm.
jumps you, you're not ready, completely in the middle, in the heat of a fight and in the heat of the match,
Right.
that is a team that is destined for the top.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, and we've seen moments like that across, here and there in tier two and even above.
Mhm.
The Overwatch League has had its share of fun DCs that have surely boomed the mental of many a pro. Right.
Yes.
I'm still not recovered from the Unco pause. That I'm very fortunate. That was an era in which I was always at Blizzard Arena, and that was
Oh,
just the one day that I happened not to go. And all my friends that were there were like, "You are not missing anything." And I said, "Neat, cool, good to know." So
ah,
yeah, I mean, like you said, right? If right now, as they're sorting out this pause and hopefully getting us back in the game pretty soon, this is a moment for both teams to take stock, kind of figure out where you're at, where you want to be, what to
yeah.
do, especially with our Amori coming back online. If that ultimate is not restored to, admittedly, whatever percentage it was, I didn't catch that. But I mean, a Kitsune Rush is so key right now. It's kind of one of your primary engagement tools, and losing that is big. We could say that's big,
Oh,
you know?
definitely. Well, and the Suzu has been critical to,
Hmm.
I mean, the team compositions in Overwatch 2 in general, how early the Suzu is forced out and, afterwards what the team does to capitalize now that that huge immortality moment is no longer on the table to bail them out has been critical. So, I'm hoping the best here for Timeless. It looks like they're still milling around on a decision on exactly how we want to move forward with the game.
Hmm.
And honestly, considering the fact that both of these teams are highly competitive, they've been around the scene, and many of their players have been around the scene for quite a while, it's not an easy decision. Everyone here wants to
No.
play good games, and no one wants to win, like, on a
Especially
in a way like
considering,
that.
right, yeah, especially considering for goodness gracious, for Altiora, right? You're coming out, you're struggling as it is, kind of dealing with, how this series has gone, maybe, or trying to figure out how to like really get back onto your best foot and show us what you can do. They were starting to struggle a bit against the pocket pick from Jim. That Echo was
Yeah.
putting in work. And then, if your time was ethereal, like, do you want to like fully redo this map when kind of your secret strat was the linchpin
Right.
around which you were being successful?
Yeah.
And maybe they pull that out again and Jim just keeps pounding, right? And good
Totally
for Jim,
possible. Yeah.
right?
He's
But
dead, Jim.
also, yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, if Jim can just like, I don't care if we remake it, I'm still going to destroy them on the Echo. Power to you. But if you turn around and remake this map, and Altiora says, "Well, we know there's an Echo," they have the opportunity to re-strategize, reformulate their battle plan, and that is definitely an advantage of sorts to consider. So, I mean,
Yeah.
this is not an easy sort of deliberation to be making when you're looking at a scenario like this at all. So that's
No.
why this is probably taking a second, because there's a lot of back and forth to be had on,
Yeah.
do we just keep going? Do we remake this somehow? Do we try and get it back to the exact state, but it's never going to be exactly the same? How do we do
Right.
this?
Right.
Like, that's tricky. It's a tricky
Yeah.
question.
Don't worry, folks. We're not holding you hostage here on the mic and in this caster scene away from the game. We are trying to get back to it as quick as we can. But
Um,
I got to with
Caster,
with
start
these
game,
play.
please.
Oh.
Caster, can you start the game?
Right.
I'm not reading Twitch chat. I just know it's there. I hear you guys. I'll hit the button one of these days when I feel like it.
We want to, trust me.
If a
But
caster had their way.
right. I am curious though, Timeless Ethereal has some players who have been together for quite some time. They all played on Mochi
Mhm.
together, and they've played, on Mochi together repeatedly as well. And well, Altior Nimbus really only comes together for the Calling All Heroes tournament. I was talking to the founder, Firin, and they were letting me know that typically the Altior Nimbus team actually competes on other Overwatch Path to Pro teams during the season. And this is one of their more unique opportunities to really unify themselves and come together as one instead. So, you know, maybe that's kind of what we're seeing here for our second map and a little bit of the struggles and less familiarity than what we see coming through from Timeless. But they captured that first point on Dorado, and their time bank was starting to look pretty good as they rolled to the second checkpoint. So I think that they're starting to find their groove a bit more. But you were talking about Jim earlier on that Echo, and maybe the surprise is ruined, and you know they're going to be able to combat it right away. But if you can be so good at Echo that no one's going to take you down regardless, and yeah, you can play the counter all you want. They're going to hit those shots, hit those stickies, and their teammates are there supporting them. You don't have a chance. And the way Jim was playing, in my opinion, was really a masterclass around some of those elements, and they're getting the backup they needed to be that aggressive. I'm not sure that whether or not you're surprised if you're going to be able to be ready for Jim in their flow state currently.
Yeah, right. I mean, there's the two elements that I look at a lot when looking at teams are synergy and confidence. Synergy obviously comes through from time played together, your scrims, your quality of scrims, your quality of coaching, and just general team chemistry, right? Like, how does everybody get along? How does everybody work together on the stage? Things like that. And then confidence can often either supplement or overcome perhaps some dips in that, right? You know, if you're maybe struggling to like get your set plays down or whatever, but Jim just hits the shots. Can our strat just be Jim go kill? And we're kind of seeing a little bit of that here on Dorado, right? This is kind of a Jim go kill.
Totally. And that's not anything unique outside of the traditional sports scene either, right? You've got a powerhouse of a shooter, and what do? You continue to support them on those endeavors because it's enabling your whole team to win. And you know, when you got the goods, you might as well use them, right, baby?
when you got the shot man, you say, "Shot man, hit your shots." So
yeah, you know, I think Proper's a great example of that.
Ooh, proper go kill. My favorite sign at grand finals just said proper go kill.
Yeah. Well, as a San Francisco Shocks fan, I was, it's a tough grand finals.
There you go. Yeah, well, at least it was a good game.
Yes, absolutely.
In any case, folks, we're taking some time to deliberate. As mentioned, we are figuring out exactly the solution that we want, that the teams and players will both be happy with. As we have thoroughly gotten into the blabber stage of a cast, we're going to take a little second here just to let everybody breathe and figure things out. And we will come back as soon as we have made a deliberation and gotten back in the game. So thanks for
Hello, everyone. I'm sure you missed us after all the ramblings you just heard, didn't ya? Oh, I'm sure either way. But, Thibault, we're about to move over to our, well, I guess it's the same escort map, but, same escort round, new map in the mix, though. After the disconnect we had, we're going to be moving over to Circuit Royale to kick us off and refresh the competition.
Yeah, I mean, I think just we didn't hear any of the deliberations specifically, but I'm sure just in the interests of competitive integrity and everything, seeing strats come out, it was probably better in the eyes of the teams to start fresh somewhere else rather than go on Dorado again and try and do the exact same thing, but maybe different. So yeah, Circuit Royale is the fresh slate for everyone. It's, I suppose, the fair solution to go into here. And Circuit Royale, I mean, I was talking about it before we knew what map we were going to, before Dorado even, like, it's still a great spot for some opportunistic flex picks, for a little cheeky echo, for some double sniper situations.
Yes.
Like, there are lots of options that we've seen at all levels of play on this map, as people, frankly, are still kind of figuring it out, right? It's a new map. It has lots of layers to it. The further in you go, the more opportunities for tomfoolery and shenanigans. So I'm still excited to see what happens here, because we've had a great series on our hands. We have these two teams really trading blows in a fantastic way.
Yeah.
And this, I suppose, will be the culmination of all the chaos that we've seen in the past however long.
Right. Let's see, we're encroaching on an hour, 10 minutes here, folks, for our first matchup. And, the last hybrid was just a practice run for the teams, feeling each other out. And on Circuit Royale, you're right, there are a lot more opportunities for the shenanigans to change up our, standard team comp we see with the Winston and the Sojourn and the Reaper. I really hope we do see those double snipers roll through, or any of this, at least a couple or one of the snipers roll through, because defending that second checkpoint right over the ramp before you get there, it is a beautiful spot to watch people continue to just pick off anyone approaching. And I mean, I would love to see the Sojourns and Widowmakers just fly free and pop off left and right.
I just want them to have a nice pasture to run around in, where they don't need to worry about
with no
anything.
crosswind.
Yeah.
And no pressure.
And where Zainsook can just hit headshots from across the map as much as they want.
Yay.
Like, that's
Sitting
all
in the
we
hot
ever
tub.
want. Yeah, like, I just want to go chill, pop some heads off, do my thing. And we see, as we're coming out here, Altiora starting on the defense already.
Okay.
Getting a little spicy with it. This is kind of, we talk about a wrinkle, but this is also kind of the thing that we've started to expect on Circuit Royale. At least at the Overwatch League level that I've been watching, we see the Sigma, we see the double sniper, because I count Sojourn as a sniper. God, the shots these guys hit. And then you've got Me-Man over on the Zenyatta, which sounds terrifying. And Karopi unfortunately parted from their Deer Frog in favor. I mean, he jumps like a frog, so it's still a win.
We still got the hops.
Yeah. Immediate jump forward from Timeless Ethereal, who are not running that composition, are running a Tracer here, interestingly, and are really going to have their work cut out for them, avoiding the snipers, because that can happen.
That was just a beautiful shot and shut down there. With Altiora already having a man advantage, it's just time burned off the clock for Azure to get back, or for Jim to get back.
Right. And I mean, some progress made, certainly, but this gets harder now, because there's not much of a corner to hide behind, and Azalea is just going to be doing Azalea.
That is the beautiful Widowmaker sniper shot, waiting for the Lucio to hop up in the air and then just take him out as easily. Unfortunately, gravity makes you predictable, and that is exactly when the Sojourns and the Widowmakers look to capitalize.
And I will say, I noticed as I was giving my spiel that I said a different name that didn't sound familiar to me, so I looked at the team sheet real quick. We have swapped Essel for Azalea. Sorry for not noticing that. Kind of focused on the comp thing.
We had a disconnect.
Right, yeah.
It's a little crazy.
Yeah, it's been, we've been having some fun with it. Sorry about that. Azalea online here for the Widowmaker, specifically Jim coming in on the Genji here, just trying to apply some pressure to this backline. You got double snipers, you have a Zen Bap in the back, like, Genji is kind of the answer to that, unless you're just going to roll your own sniper. And for Timeless Ethereal, that does not seem to be the play. They want to go fast.
There is the Gravitic Flux coming through here. Steady goes ahead, continues to put the pressure on, but Azalea's gone down as a result. So far, Altior and Nimbus trying to hold this defense, but Timeless got the momentum, continued to roll it on forward.
Yeah, and I think there was a little bit of a disconnect there between Steady stepping forward, popping the ult, trying to get something done, and Timeless Ethereal going, oh, that's an opening. Let's go for it, and just running. Doing, I mean, what has been bringing them success in this series so far, right? The thing that I've been saying that they keep needing to do as they cap this point. Just running forward. Santana taking the space, making those openings happen. Azure now on the Tracer, getting some work done, has a Pulse Bomb online. Jim approaching the Dragon Blade. Jam approaching, God, Jim and Jam, that's fun. Jam approaching that sound barrier, but on the other side, Altiora looking at 4 ultimates here pretty soon. That Pulse Bomb's going to build quick. You got full support ults. That Transcendence especially is going to be clutch. Probably saving that for the Dragon Blade, obviously, but that's a dynamic you always have to pay attention to.
Pulse Bomb thrown here into the back, doesn't find anyone, but still going to be putting pressure onto Altior and Nimbus. Ethereal moving forward here, trying to continue farming up this Dragon Blade for Jim, who's just at 92% right on the cusp. There's the Pulse Bomb there from Azalea, not finding a kill themselves either. Are brought down low and taken down as a result. Now that Timeless is up by 1, they continue to get aggressive, but Meman goes ahead, uses that Transcendence to save their team, keep them in this fight. Jam used Sound Barrier to stack on top of it, and now Jim uses the Dragon Blade to continue fending off Altior and Nimbus.
That was such an interesting start to that fight, especially because Zainzuk popped the overclock and immediately Timeless Ethereal backs off, which I think is the move. And then Azalea goes, well, they're just clustered in there, I'm going to go in, and gets picked off. So suddenly you're in this position of power initially, where you have the ultimate, you're forcing them to just kind of sit, and then you overextend and kind of cause some problems for yourself. And now Timeless Ethereal kind of just walking up for free.
Nimbus wants to hold the cart here just before the second checkpoint. Keropi falls very low and manages to save themselves. There's still a lot of damage being thrown out here by Timeless Ethereal, but Nimbus trying to find the kills. Santana gets 2 with a Primal Rage and once again has so much value from that ultimate. It's not enough. Altior and Nimbus manage to hold just before the second checkpoint, and that is massive, Thibble.
I mean, and that was just Altiora playing very kind of spread apart, and Timeless Ethereal all going, which way do we look? Hang on. There's a lot going on. Particle effects. So it just got a little discombobulated for them there. The Primal didn't get, I mean, it got a lot done, right? But it didn't fully win that fight, and you kind of needed it to, because Steady coming back online, all his cooldowns and everything, like, you're gonna start to overwhelm them with that sort of advantage. And that, those Pulse Bombs both do not get us back.
One after another, almost in the exact same spot, but Altior and Nimbus still going to hold this defensive point. We can see Zainzuk here on this Sojourn not receiving very much pressure. They were able to just free fire into the back from their own back line, and Timeless is having a hard time pushing into this exact ramp part I mentioned earlier.
A very interesting swap here. Jim now on the Sojourn, not Azure, because Azure is still on the Tracer.
Right.
So, and I think they realized as well, like, with a Sojourn on the other side, you kind of need your own. The only response to a good sniper is your own good sniper. So now Jim got a tall order ahead of them, because Zainzuk has been playing lights out. But this is maybe a step in the right direction for Timeless Ethereal.
There's the Kitsune rolling through here from Meman, trying to continue to allow Altiora to hold this second checkpoint defensively. 1 minute left on the clock, and Timeless punches it with the sound barrier from Jam. They want to take this checkpoint, and there is the Gravitic Flux from Steady trying to stall them out. Santana manages to survive even though they fall very, very low, and Zainzuk here is hunting with the overclock, trying to make hero plays. There's still more people on the point, but at the end of the day, Timeless slowly getting those kills against Altior and Nimbus, going to take this second checkpoint, and well, gonna refresh that time bank.
Okay, I'm gonna break this down for you, because that whole fight was the Aramori show. That was the Aramori special. First off, the cooldowns, waiting through the Gravitic Flux, having the Suzu ready for the fall that takes half of your existing HP, masterclass. Waiting to be the later Kitsune rush, so you have that advantage longer in an extended fight, masterclass. Mori proceeds to then get 2 kills to finish off the fight. Like, that was spectacular from the backline there to really punch the ticket for Timeless Ethereal. I had to point it out. I'm sorry. It was great.
Definitely one to go back and grab for the highlight reel at the minimum. You said masterclass on knowing to save the Suzu for when you fall for the gravitic flux, but I also want to call out that you have to time that ability on top of it when you're falling, and that itself is its own masterclass. Perfectly executed by Aramori. There is 60 seconds left on the clock. Nimbus manages to find their footing defensively, and now Timeless pushing that last fight territory.
And I mean, this is such a difficult center of the map to be pushing from, right? Sansuk is set up on this high ground. You see Santana setting across right here at the top of the screen, trying to figure out how to engage, what angle is going to make this work, of trying to avoid getting picked off. Jim continuing to have their work cut out for them as I curse them horribly. So sorry about that.
Pulse bomb thrown there, not finding a kill, but it is going to chunk down a bit of damage. There's Aramori going ahead, popping Kitsune once again, and Meman pops theirs with a sound barrier to layer on top of it. Senzik goes ahead, opens up with the kill onto Santana, and now Nimbus has the man-up advantage. They want to continue defending this point. 8 seconds left on the clock. It is looking like a tough go here for Timeless to push forward, and with that, Nimbus managing... Oh, an overtime is triggered, but it's still going to be a trickle game coming through, Sybil. This is nice to see that there is Santana here with the Primal Rage, but it's really going to be a matter of time, and Nimbus is going to be happy with this defensive hold here.
Right, yeah, and I mean, even for Timeless Ethereal, right, getting this push is not bad. It's not the end of the world. This is winnable. You know, the condition is set. The line in the sand has been drawn as to who wins this series, who is going to make it to that box or not. I think, you know, like we saw some amazing hero plays, right, coming out from Timeless Ethereal there to really punch their ticket past that second point and through the Streets phase in general. But I think kind of the big thing for me was seeing that Azure and Jim were kind of forced to swap. You know, maybe Jim not as comfortable on the Tracer today, just not really feeling it. But Azure on the Sojourn was doing so much work on King's Row, and Sansuk is happy to kind of free fire, right?
Right.
If there's not enough challenge to your Sojourn's going to get some work done.
That's my favorite.
Right. Yeah. I mean, hey, if you're on the right side of that fight, that feels real good. But if you're not, it feels real bad.
Right.
There's your John Madden analysis for you.
You mentioned earlier, like, oh, the best thing to combat a sniper is your own sniper. And I'm like, ooh, yeah, that's why I typically don't win those sniper duels on Maya. That's it's all there, dude.
That's why I get into the rhythm of play 2 games, get tilted, turn the game off. You know, it's a curse. I'm trying to work through it. I thank you for your support in this trying time. But now we see Azure back on the Sojourn, Jim back on the Reaper. We're going for a very standard sort of composition. No Sigmas, no Widows, no nothing. On both sides, frankly. We see, whoa, I didn't even know you could hold up there. That's some Florida Mayhem situations. Let's hope we don't have to restart this map, too.
Ooh,
doesn't look like it. I think we're having some good, clean fun.
If you caster cursed at us just now from that, everyone is going to know it's completely your fault calling you out there.
I'd go buy a lotto ticket. I'd just leave. Yeah, hey, see you guys. My work here is done. You have a great forward hold here coming through. I mean, both sides kind of trading, but of course the attackers with their spawn advantage will be definitely favored as we start to kind of bust out.
Yeah.
Zelia stepping up on the Reaper.
There's a good amount of time burned off the clock there for Timeless's initial hold, and now they're going to be able to hold on that high ground right after the ramp and shoot free fire into Altior Nimbus, and they have plenty of time to regroup.
Yeah, I mean, that forward hold, just like on like Havana or any other map, affords you the opportunity to lose the fight and still come back for a good defense. So you burn that clock, we're over a minute into the time bank now, and still, Timeless Ethereal have the opportunity to bring this back, regroup, get it going again.
Oh, Jim is just shooting everybody in the back. Finally, Altiora turns to take a look at the damage being done. A railgun shot's gonna put you in your place with another one to follow suit. And Timeless is showing a very strong defense here. And honestly, that initial strat of holding close is really paying off for them so far.
And so is that swap, right? You get Azure back where they're comfortable, you get Jim back where they're comfortable, and suddenly this looks like a whole different team. And that is exactly the juice you need in a moment like this where it is all or nothing.
Santana falling low, did get a little pressured, but about to have Primal Rage online, will be able to pop it and save themselves as a result. What a filthy Death Blossom rolling through there, rips through the back line, and now Altiora has all the space and the advantage they need to actually take this point here to the second checkpoint. They lost a couple people, but they're gonna close it out.
I'll also point out that Jam did go for the let's clutch this out sound barrier, and that did not work for them very well. I don't know if it hit anyone besides Jam. Santana and Jim both looked pretty low and pretty not sound barriered. But maybe they just got burnt pretty quick, right? So it happens, whatever. You think you can pull it back and you can't. Now, I mean, they do have their DPS ultimates online, but Altiora, they've got their Primal. They're coming online with the sound barrier right now. Like, they're in a great position to reestablish themselves and keep this cart moving.
All right, we hear the Death Blossom popped in the mix of all of that, even though we see Steady once again with the Primal Rage is taken out in the middle of that, regardless of the extra health. Sound barrier's been popped by Karopi, and now the members of Altiora have to give space regardless of having used that support ultimate. Timeless managed to just hold strong.
Yeah, I mean, Timeless just burn. I think you talked a little earlier about their focus fire and how when Steady pops that Primal, Steady has 3 seconds to live.
Right.
You know, and that was kind of a chief example. He steps up with that ultimate, the sound barrier even coming in maybe a little late, frankly, for my tastes, and Timeless Ethereal immediately take advantage of that window and just burn, just focus fire. But now it's like, ooh, with the overclock, yeah, you better run. Get out of there.
Santana has a good shield drop, bubble shield drop there, just as the overclock pops, allowing their team to be protected and actually giving them the opportunity to retreat, regardless of Zenzook's ability to slide forward and get aggressive. Now Altiora has taken the space, though, created by that overclock to continue moving this cart. Kitsune in the midst of the Death Blossom here from Azalea. No kills either way. Jam almost falling low and does manage to survive. Aramori's Kitsune is popped for Timeless as they continue to try and hold this defensive checkpoint. Members of Altiora going down one after another, and with 2:23 on the clock, Timeless continues to hold this second checkpoint.
You know, I hate throwing words around like disastrous, but we're looking at potential disastrous, right? Like, you had a great time bait coming in, you had an ult advantage, you just kind of get clutched out on a fight, and then you come in again, you burn everything you've got, and you frankly have nothing to show for it. And frankly, even less, because Timeless Ethereal now has the ult advantage of their own. You have the sound barrier advantage, you have the positional advantage. Like, if I'm Timeless right now, I am like all like full steam ahead, guys. This is our moment.
Well, and they just used sound barrier, which means it's time for Death Blossom to try and put the damage down. The follow-up is there from the remainder of Timeless Ethereal. They get the kills they need, and once again, this is a defensive checkpoint hold. This is exactly where I said it would be very difficult to push into, and Timeless are perfectly capitalizing on that.
Right. Yeah, Altiora have this one window really within this next 80 seconds or so to make something happen. They're going to get the sound barrier online. They're going to have the overclock and the primal, but with Azalea going down, I mean, great. You get the pick, you still pull the overclock, and now you just leave.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of the best you can hope for here for Altiora, because now you know you have the advantage on that ultimate. If you're tracking right, you know the only thing Timeless Ethereal is going to have is the Kitsune Rush. So you can respond with your own support ultimates, you can respond with your own overclock, pretty much uncontested, but you have one shot. There's 45 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, well, and Nimbus is definitely tracking ultimates. They're a high enough caliber team, and they know it's their time to shine. Sound barrier's been popped on top of the overclock, and Jam is picked out of the sky as a result. Azure joins them in the mix of the kill feed, and now Altiora Nimbus takes this payload, and honestly, they've maintained a couple more ultimates as a result. I thought that was a pretty good fight.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty solid scenario for them. The overclock got great value. The support ultimates provided the safety in initiation that you need. Now the primal, even just to zone people off and get that cart capture.
Yeah.
They did actually manage to get it.
Yeah.
And now Go ahead.
Oh, they wanted to secure that for sure. With the time bank at almost 0 and how well Timeless Ethereal has been playing, I personally wouldn't risk it. I'm like, I respect an opponent as well as strong as both of these teams. And, you know, we saw that actually with Jim hiding around the payload, trying to avoid that railgun. And this is going to be a really close engagement, Thibault. The golden box of victory is from you. A Death Blossom canceled out by the Suzu and shut down just as quickly. 1 minute on the clock, and Nimbus is running to regroup.
Yeah, I mean, that's all you have to do, right? You cannot afford that Death Blossom was your one tool. You are not going to get ultimates unless, I mean, if Samsung gets like, nope, never mind. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm getting back into the whole caster thing. I forget about the curse sometimes. And now Timeless Ethereal, right? You got 40 seconds on the clock. You got almost all 5 ultimates. You're getting staggers. Like, now I'll use it. This is disastrous. There we are. You can maybe pull the overclock and the Kitsune. I mean, the both support ults for Altior and Nimbus, but like almost versus already with 20 seconds is huge.
Well, and Timeless is holding so close, so far forward to Altiora's entrance, and they still have to walk quite a significant difference to actually make it to the cart to contest it and instigate overtime. Pushing into Kitsune is a tall ask, and they use their own as a response. Sound barriers keeping Timeless Ethereal maxed up here in this fight, and we can see Nimbus continuing to try and push forward. They got 1 pick in all of this chaos, but can they continue to sustain themselves through the fight? Timeless continuing to get these picks left and right, and as Azalea goes down, we can see Azure looking for a target. Kuropius manages to pop the sound barrier as a result, but it's just a couple of stragglers here on Nimbus on the point. Zenzuk trying to make some hero plays with this overclock. Is the potential there? Oh man, almost gets the pick through there, and Timeless is still trying to defensively hold. This overtime bar is triggered, and if anyone steps off, it's going to be disappearing in the blink of an eye. There it is, almost burnt down. Azalea manages to touch again. Thibault, this was a long, hard-fought fight here by Altior and Nimbus, but at the end of the day, Timeless Ethereal adapts to win the series.
Yeah, and I mean, just talk about plucking it out, right? Talking about having grit here. Just going from getting as gobsmacked as you got on Nepal to really getting the download and taking the time to make that conscious effort to switch things up. I mean, I think that is the level of strategy that is an absolute must to make it far in this tournament. So, I mean, bravo. Bravo on both sides, obviously. That was a fantastic game. Like, no discounting anybody in that lobby for not doing an amazing job, because they all popped off. But, I mean, in those last few moments, right, you're getting some staggers in one of the last fights of the match. You have an ult economy that suddenly swings hugely in your favor just off of some picks and some good disengages. Like, that was kind of the perfect storm for Timeless Ethereal at exactly the moment they needed it, and they knew that, and they moved on that with such skill. So, again, hats off to them for what has been a great start to our day.
Oh yeah, I absolutely agree there, and like you mentioned, no discount to either of these teams in that on those performances. Nimbus was right there at the edge, almost taking that golden box of victory, and you know, with the last couple of plays, there really were a lot of opportunities for either team to take that win. I think Timeless was able to, you know, keep their calm, keep that cool just a little bit more in those chaotic fights, and it really shows some of their, you know, higher level talent and experience that these players have done across their entire Overwatch careers. And you know, huge props to both of these teams. It's only the Swiss round 4, folks, so they still got a couple more to go, and we could easily be seeing both of them back in our finals tomorrow. We are going to get an interview set up real quick, so don't go anywhere, and we'll see you in a moment. folks, and welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup. We are going to kick off our interview here from one of our victorious members of the Timeless Ethereal team, Aramori. Welcome to the interview booth, and congratulations on your win, dude.
Hi, thank you so much.
Honestly, it is great to see you playing, especially after I just saw you in Anaheim for the grand finals. What was kind of the mindset for you and your team going into this Challengers Cup 2, especially since some of you, played on different teams for the first Challengers Cup?
Yeah, so we had just recently become we have a 6-man roster or 7-man roster. So we had just recently, started scrimming together, and only this past week, actually finalized our roster. So practicing, scrimming just a ton. We've been double blocking, bot reviewing every single night. My whole team is an extremely driven group of gamers, and I cannot be more proud of them for putting in the work that they're working. Or that they're doing.
Well, your second 2 games were definitely evidence of all of the work you guys have been doing. It almost seemed like you were a completely different team after your control map. And I'd love to know, what happened behind the scenes to give the team that shift in mindset, or, was it you, one of the in-game leaders, given that motivational pep talk going on? What shifted for you guys?
Yeah, I definitely think you could call it a motivational pep talk. We kind of just sat down and we were like, hey, we're making silly mistakes, just focus on your own gameplay, we can do this. And then we kind of had a whole mental shift. And I also think first map, we were a little sleepy, we were a little tired. So we kind of woke up when the adrenaline started going. So
it's definitely an important part. You got to get some sleep in, man.
Absolutely.
So looking at this game, we saw a lot of kind of the meta, the composition that everyone is expecting right now, but we saw some wrinkles too. What was kind of the thought process behind handling, over the course of the series, everything that was kind of coming your way, and how you wanted to adapt to that, especially here on this last map on Circuit Royal?
Yeah, so we knew when they had picked Circuit that they were planning to play something that was more distance based and, a lot more Widowmaker based. And so we had made the decision hey, we're not even going to mirror that. We think we are good enough on this comp that we can just force it and kind of force our way through. And that's exactly what we did.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. I mean, point proven, right? Yeah, definitely gauntlet set
Understatement.
Sorry. Yeah. I mean, I guess kind of a big question for you. Do you feel given that you can kind of force this, that you can kind of do whatever you guys are comfortable with? How do you feel in terms of the distance that you guys are going to go? Are you looking at any other teams as real threats? Do you view yourselves as the top dogs? What's your mindset going into this?
I definitely think in this qualifier, we are looking to kind of prove ourselves as one of the top names and top teams. But I really think that this team, all of us, we can keep forcing our game and forcing other people to adapt around us. And that's what makes us really strong.
Excellent. That's a good mindset to have, for sure. All right. Well, we won't keep you here too much longer. Before you go, though, anyone you want to shout out, say thank you to, send a warning, do what you want to do. Get out there.
I will definitely shout out our coaching staff on Timeless Ethereal. They have been putting in so much work and staying until 3 a.m. to work with us. So love y'all so much.
Gamer schedule.
Ooh.
Yeah. Strong work from you guys today, from the whole team and all the staff and everything. You guys are showing up when you need to, and we love to see it. So thanks very much for chatting with us, and good luck.
Thank you.
Well, folks, you heard it from her herself. Timeless Ethereal is looking to be one of the top contenders in our Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup 2. Thibault, I definitely think they have what it takes to make it to the highest areas of the bracket tomorrow, but as with all teams, the real question is, can they consistently bring that level of quality competitive play? The warning has been issued, I think, though.
So long as we're awake for control,
Right.
watch out. So long as we've gotten our nappy naps,
I'm a
you're in
shock fan,
danger.
all right? I'm used to losing control every time.
Yeah.
The first one every time.
Timeless Ethereal, post the meme. Wow. Okay. We're seeing some updated standings here. Thank you, production. And wow. Okay. So we've got Timeless Ethereal and Dart Monkeys maintaining their perfect record here.
Right.
Pursuit number 1 on Overbuff, both losing their first matches, dropping to 3 and 4 themselves. Altiora and Nimbus stepping up, still maintaining their number 5. We got Ban on Chalky Milk. Just shout out Ban on Chalky Milk. I hate the name because I love Chalky Milk, but I respect it. We've also got Vancouver Titans Blue dropping quite a bit, down to 2-2. You know, some big
And
moves
Mochi
here.
dropped as well. I gotta say, I'm surprised coming through from a team like that. You know, they did lose a handful of players over to Altior Nimbus, but in general, Mochi's a pretty strong competitor in other tournaments, just like the OWEC.
Yeah, I mean, but this is really showing us, right, like how competitive this field is.
That's true.
That top 16 we saw at the top of the show is not the top scene we are going to end with by any margin.
No.
And there's still 2 more games to go, right? I mean, any of these could end up at the top or drop down very suddenly. So, I mean, I'm excited to see where this goes.
Yeah, I am as well. And, you know, there's a lot on the line here for these teams. They're all trying to be qualified for the finals in December. It takes place over the 11th, 17th, and 18th. And at the end of the day, there's the 25K prize pool. That's really, you know, the big incentive for these players to try and win and continue to win consistently throughout these different phases of the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cups. And, you know, I gotta say, I am excited to see how it's all actually going to continue to unfold. Folks, we're gonna get back with our round 5 Swiss round in a moment, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be back soon. everyone, and welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup 2. For anyone just joining us for this second series of the day, I am Waffles for Sid, and this is Thibbledork here on the analyst side. We're going to be bringing you our next matchup of Wisteria versus Moonlight Oblivion. And Thibble, this is our 5th round of the Swiss series, so there's a lot on the line, really pushing for these teams to solidify their final placements moving into tomorrow.
Right, yeah. And I mean, looking at the standings for both of these teams, this is a must-win game. You know, like 3-3 is probably going to start to be the cutoff line for teams, you know, in terms of qualifying for that top 6 team. So if you are going to drop to 2-3 or 2-4 or what have you, that's probably not going to be enough. So these teams both need to step up and win their next 2 games to have a shot. And that can be, certainly, looking at the teams that we've seen here on the field, a pretty tall order. So looking at Wisteria here, you know, we've got a team that looks like they're ready to pull out maybe some pocket hit scan, go for some double sniper situations, stuff like that, which I love to see. You heard me talking about Junkrat, which is not a hit scan, but I like things that are different. And I mean, just in general, Wisteria has a little bit of experience. They've played in OEC. They've had, you know, some players on Pursuit and a couple other like free agent or collegiate teams. Like there's a real chance here for them to step up. But on the other side, Moonlit Oblivion also have some pretty decent talent to hand that could step up and kind of show us what they got.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what they bring to the table. Like you mentioned before, some of the members of Wisteria have some experience beforehand, but Moonlit Oblivion actually has the higher SR on paper. So we'll have to see if that's actually the advantage they have, or if the synergy from Wisteria is harder for them to overcome. Overall, we can see we'll see how much we have Moira getting played here in the thick of it. Sometimes we just ask these players, you know, which character do you want to represent you, or who's your favorite for your lineup card, all right? So I don't want to make any commitments on that front.
Hey, I'd be down. Give me some sniper, give me some brawly situations. I am pro Moira. Sorry, folks, I'm pro Moira.
I am too. I support you.
it's a flaw, but you know what? We stand some flawed goyles out here, and you know Moira does work. It's a fun hero. It makes Samito slam his desk, and I think anything that makes Samito slam his desk is a good thing. Let's be real. So we'll see. Of course, as mentioned, that is no guarantee of play. It is certainly just an aesthetic sort of thing.
But you know, it is a guarantee. Going to control first.
Oh, yeah, nice. Yes, that's true.
We're going to kick it off at Oasis to start off the maps. Of course, we'll move into hybrid escort push to follow up, but we'll just have to see how it starts off, Thibble. Control is really its own monster, like we've said in the past, and well, we just saw the last game where Timeless lost control and came back and reverse swept. So we'll see how this series unfolds this time around.
Shout out TTV Zelda. You gotta love it, folks. We love some self-promo in here. Of course, as mentioned, it's control. It's crazy. You never know what you're gonna have. The tank is playing fair right now. Or no, they're just out of order. Excuse me. It happens. Yeah, it's not the end of the world. We're professionals. Yeah, I mean, not much to talk about on these rosters. They're obviously having some fun with it. I would love to actually see the Farrah Mercy coming out. I think that is a real option, especially here on Gardens. The Wrecking Ball, I am a Wrecking Ball anti. I'm not afraid to say it, but if that's what they want to do, then sure. No, thank you. Thank you. Seeing sense. So we've got actually a non-mirror here by quite a bit. We've got Pluto's Planet coming out on the Diva versus Nibley here on the Winston. You do have the Farrah Mercy coming out. You've got double sniper here from Moonlit, which seems like an obvious counter, but with the angles at play here, yeah, stuff like that can happen.
Well, and we all know the dangers of a pocket or damage boosted Pharah on the field here, and well, Bonbo goes ahead, takes advantage of that. There's going to be a lot of pressure applied to them though. They are getting it topped off, a constant pocket there from Layla. TTV looking to try and get these picks here off on this side angle, but at the end of the day, Moonlit Oblivion going to continue maintaining the point and trying to cap it first.
I love that Zelda was just like, excuse me, Pluto, sorry, I gotta get past you real quick. I'm getting chased by your Pharah. And Bonobo is just woof, right? Putting in some work. There's not much of an answer, even with the double hit scan right now. Just so in their face.
No one seems to put any pressure here. Actually, let me restart that. There was a significant amount of pressure being put onto Bonbo from Crescent, and unfortunately, they could not finish off the final blow onto them. Layla was there on a beautiful pocket non-stop. The dodgings and the play around some of the different topographical aspects were on point from Bonbo, and now he has Barrage.
And I like as well, actually, the swaps coming through from Moonlit to kind of answer this, right? The Pharah's getting a ton of work done. Bring in a diva of your own. Bring in a soldier. Get in some consistent hit scan and pressure that can not only mitigate that damage, but also kind of deal some of it right back. So some interesting swaps here from Moonlit. Let's see what they can do.
That was a barrage straight in the face of the DPS there of Moonlit Oblivion. Bonbo does go down as a result, and so does Layla. No res on line, and with the Valkyrie taken off, it looks like Moonlit Oblivion have this opportunity to go ahead and take the point for themselves. Wisteria is stalling out as long as they can, and you can see Rinder trying to go ahead, make hero plays with the overclock, but at the end of the day, it is just going to give them some extra time while Moonlit goes ahead and caps it for themselves again.
And I mean, surprisingly close in terms of percentages here, right? Only 60% for Wisteria, 25 and counting here for Moonlit. Moonlit also coming online with some ultimates, but Bonobo, you can already tell, wants to set up, wants to have that clutch factor that brings them in. Pluto's Planet as well, coming online with the self-destruct pretty soon. Will match Nibley's, but there's always the option with a good self-destruct to really blow a fight wide open.
Oh, and now TTV has sights on line. You got to be careful. Look at this hunting right here. Almost clips the Mercy as she barely drifts over to the side. It's going to be a self-destruct forcing them off of the high ground. And another one, this time from Nibley, right over the top.
Ooh.
Pops a hat trick in the kill feed. And Moonlit Oblivion has everything they need to continue holding this point.
See, and I get the move from Pluto's Planet, right? You drop that Diva Bomb right in front of the Widow, and you're like, get off of this high ground. Get out of here. What are you doing here? And then, of course, you just kind of drop, and you're good. And then the perfect, ace in the hole coming in from Nibley to counter that out. People already needing to reposition, just not having the time or the space to do so. And now it's 85% and counting for Moonlit after what was maybe considered to be a bit of a rough start.
Oh, Bonobo goes ahead, gets close enough. He could give Moonlit Oblivion a high five. Almost all members of Moonlit Oblivion a high five. Takes down TTV, but Crescent is here on the bottom with the visor pop. 99% has been triggered for Moonlit, and they're looking to take this first round. Wisteria is doing a good job at stalling, and there is the barrage finding one. Caught in the menu for a moment, but now we can see Moonlit continuing to hold off the trickle of Wisteria. It is a deadly game, and Pluto's Planet is going down. This Layla comes through trying to just heal up, but Sybil, at the end of the day, it's still trickling in here for Wisteria.
Yeah, you really need something explosive to happen in a moment like this to really bring a fight back. Otherwise, you're just kind of stalling for the sake of being competitive, which I can still respect. But yeah, the swaps coming through from Moonlit were exactly what they needed. A little more consistent DPS, a little more consistent front line to kind of provide cover against Bonobo on the Pharah. Plus, the Diva Bomb, chef's kiss,
Ooh,
yummy. We love to see it. Now, though, getting into University, yes, that is my answer. Because Pharah is not really the flavor of the day here on University, unless you're like O1 Esports, and you have a Pharah one trick, and that's just what you do.
There's
now
a
you see
specialist.
right, yeah, if you have a specialist. You see Bonobo here swapping through a bunch of different options, going for the sim to provide the quick TP, though not always. I mean, sometimes, yeah, you just go for it. A sim on University is not unheard of. On the other side, though, you've got the Moira, we stand a flawed girl, and you've also got the double long-range hit cam here, and immediately Zelda getting some work done.
Oh my goodness, that was almost sneaky coming in through from Bonobo, but definitely not ready for Nibley there to reinforce their teammate, come back through, and give Moonlit Oblivion this first point cap in general. Wisteria is going to have to regroup so they can push again.
Right, and you see Bonobo swap over to the Sojourn. It's the more consistent option, especially if you haven't managed to secure first control.
Right.
And like set up, get your turrets ready, all that stuff.
Get your car wash ready.
Right, exactly. And I respected the attempt, right? Because if you've got long range hit scan and you teleport over to them, they are suddenly not as effective as they were before. But with that opening pick from Zelda, you were just never going to make that setup happen. So the quick swap, I think, is absolutely the right move. Sojourn, obviously, it's Sojourn. Like, it's a fantastic pick right now. You're going to get some work done. But Render actually stepping forward and taking first blood as Moonlit trade back.
Man, and at the cost of their own life, though, that aggression just a little too much. I am really excited to see that we did have the Moira roll through here from Symphony, as we saw on their initial player lineup. And a Suzu already forced out of Wisteria. They have to wait longer until they can push because they need that.
Yeah, you're not going to want to really try a full engage without the Suzu online. Rindra has been getting work done, but you don't want to count on, don't worry guys, I'll just go get a pick.
Oh no.
Oh, and the early Suzu comes through. Luckily not needed. The Spirit Shift also helps you get away, just in case, because you never know sometimes with the deep bomb. But now though, again, those cooldowns offline, the Kitsune Rush is going to help as Bonobo steps forward.
Jeez, Reaper in the Kitsune Rush, definitely not something you want to be engaging on. Wisteria is continuing to capitalize on the Kitsune Rush. Ooh, a little crazy on the slide, but Crescent goes down in the end. And now Moonlit Oblivion only has Nibley here on the point. A little bit of stall left for them to keep squeezing out point possession, but Wisteria gonna go ahead and cap the point for the first time this round.
90% though, Wisteria must be perfect to stay alive in this map. They have the ultimates to do that. Everything except the Kitsune Rush coming online are already there. But Moonlit Oblivion on the other side, pretty much the same story. They're not going to have that self-destruct, which was obviously a pretty important part of their efforts on Gardens. But even so, Bob coming through, the overclock, the coalescence, like, options abound for both sides here, so this is almost going to be like a neutral fight in terms of like everyone's just got to execute and get the kills where they can.
Bonobo opens up with a kill with this overclock initially. There was a self-destruct forcing people to move locations, and Thibble, the DPS are just tearing apart Moonlit Oblivion. They were all in the kill feed that last fight. Well, they also used both of their ultimates, so I would hope they were in the kill feed after that.
Sure, yeah. You really hope for a conversion in moments like that. Please actually get something done with your ult, thank you. But Wisteria having no problems with that. Rindra and Bonobo both. But now Moonlit Oblivion, that was almost, I mean, basically kind of the game plan for them, right? You pull out some big ultimates on the other side, you hang on to you use your support ultimates, but you hang on to Bob and the overclock. Here comes Bob, and now you've got a bit of an ult advantage to try and take this last fight and this map.
And Bob has provided point presence and pressure, forcing Moonlit Oblivion, or forcing Wisteria to have to back up. Moonlit Oblivion does go ahead, get an opening pick in this fight, and now they're continuing to try and push on forward. Wisteria's captured 78%, but they do not want them to capture any more. They've taken down one after another, and now they're about to take the point themselves. 10 seconds left for Wisteria to try and touch.
And it was actually so clutch that Nibley was even able to get back in the mech with Rindra literally like staring at them and actively shooting. But they just managed to get back in, just managed to then turn that into a couple kills, just managed to turn that into a first map win.
Whew. Well, that is a pretty clean well, there were some good back and forths, but nice. At the end of the day, you know, a really nice job out to, I mean, especially Bonobo. This pharmacy was almost untouched for a long time.
Right, and it really forced Moonlit Oblivion to think about how they wanted to approach this and not just like, we're just going to run whatever. Like,
right.
No, we need to actually have some strategy about this, and they did convert that quite well. But even so, that opening punch is kind of the thing that forces you like, right, this is the real deal. This is an official. We got to bring our A game here. So Moonlit Oblivion stepping up in a big way. This is, of course, first to two, so not a lot of time left for Wisteria to try and bring this back. But as we've seen, it's not impossible.
Definitely not impossible. And, there were some opportunities there where we saw Moonlight Oblivion really showing that they could go toe to toe with Wisteria. And, once again, it's control. So we know that some teams perform a lot better outside of control, like San Francisco Shock. But
Post the meme.
To each their own for their weaknesses and how long it takes for them to warm up. I do like the adaptation that Moonlit Oblivion brought to the table after seeing that nasty pharmacy combo come through on the first map. It seems like they understood, our one DPS is not able to take down the pharmacy pocket.
Imagine that.
Right?
Yeah, let's do something about that. Yeah.
But go ahead, sorry.
No, I mean that was about it, right? Like we love to see the strategic adaptation. We're going to see more of that, I'm sure, as we progress through our game mode and through, how the teams want to approach it. But we've got a little time for them to figure that out as we head towards map 2. We're going to go to a quick break, and we will see you guys in just a minute.
Welcome back once again to the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup. We're in our round 5 of the Swiss style round robin, and we are in the midst of our Wisteria matchup versus Moonlit Oblivion. Now, Thibble, we saw Wisteria kind of take the cake there for the opening round of Control, and then Moonlit Oblivion, came back and won the map. What are you thinking going into our hybrid map, or what you think we might see?
I mean, I think we're going to see lots more, or at least a little more, kind of departures from our standard meta currently. I think both of these teams are perhaps comfortable, or like a little more comfortable, perhaps playing their comfort picks, playing what they know works for them. have probably practiced those strategies for as long as they've been practicing and are comfortable just kind of bringing that to the fore. And they're not like, oh, well, the Overwatch League is playing this, so that's exactly what we have to play. Like, they know that there are still opportunities to provide some wrinkles, especially getting here onto King's Row, because King's Row has been around for a billion years, and you can play kind of anything on King's Row. So
if you can
I'm
play it
excited to
better
see.
than your opponent, you definitely can,
Exactly.
especially
Yes.
on King's Row. Like, King's Row is
Yeah.
a huge enabler of any of those, more unorthodox approaches that you and I both like to see in every meta.
Yeah. I mean, this is a map where your neutral game really, really matters, and your positioning and your willingness to like take space, like we were seeing in our last series, really make the difference. So for Wisteria, I kind of want to see the same thing I wanted to see from Timeless Ethereal in our last series. This is your chance to turn the dial back up, wake up. I hope you finish your nappy nap. Like, we gotta go. Like, we need to see the tanks taking space, the DPS stepping up and getting some clutch picks. Like, the opportunities obviously are there. Bonobo showed us already that the Pharah can be, wink wink, explosive. Rindra stepping up on the Reaper was getting some work done, was getting some initial picks here and there. The Widow is another opportunity for that coming out, which, I mean, just for an opening pick even is something. On the other side, though, we've got the D.Va coming back for Nibley. Seems to be a favorite of theirs. I can hardly blame them. D.Va's in a good spot.
Yes.
Zelda as well, stepping up again on the Pharah, perhaps predicting... Or, sorry, the Widow. Words are hard. Perhaps predicting the Pharah. That's where I was getting. Hoping to kind of head that off at the pass. But right now, Bonobo at least probably going to go for the early Sonic on the Hanzo just to see where everyone's at. And damn near gets their head cut off.
Yeah, definitely, a close, clean shave right there. As you can see, the damage being thrown up at Wisteria here. Rinder on this high ground Widowmaker. Well, not finding any picks yet. Pluto already demeched? That was fast. Whoa, that came out of nowhere, Thibault.
And there goes the Pharah too, right? That defensive Widow doing exactly what I figured it was going to do. Be on Bonobo duty. My job is make him go away. So away goes Bonobo. They unfortunately heading back to spawn, having to figure out how they want to approach this, perhaps from a slightly different angle. As Zelda, never mind. Man, the curse is really strong today. I'm very sorry about that. Bonobo going down again.
You are.
Heading right back to spawn. Zelda now getting into that flow state that we've been talking about. Feeling pretty good. But even so, Crescent trying to kind of provide some cover and fire there, as Rindra on the Sojourn is just trying their best to pepper things in.
I think Bonobo's going to have a lot more difficult time on this Pharah compared to what we saw on Oasis. There's not nearly as many pillar opportunities for them to be hiding behind. No. Now that Zelda's been pressured back farther to the back of point A, there's a little bit more room for them to move, but well, Nibley's on their case. I guess it's my turn to give them the caster a curse. Moonlit Oblivion continuing to pressure on Wisteria. Layla gets the res. Okay, massive res coming through. Definitely should not have been allowed. And well, Wisteria is still taken down at the end of the day, and Moonlit holding this defensive point with 2:15 on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, even with that res, that takes away healing from the rest of the team, right? That's when the Mercy is not providing anything else to anyone else. So that immediately was Moonlit's signal, like, they're going for the res, push.
Right.
And Pluto's planet was trying to provide a little space for her team. That is your job. But unfortunately, isolated as she was with very few resources behind her, there's going to be no withstanding the amount of front-loaded damage that Moonlit Oblivion can really bring to the fore. So again, maintaining a solid position. You have sights online right now. You have 4 other ultimates coming online close. Wisteria, I mean, the Kitsune Rush is an opening for you guys, but you need to convert that into something. And you've got 90 seconds. So, like, do you use that now, or do you try and save it for a potential last time?
Well, and
Tricky
Bonobo
question.
here is on this Hanzo as well, trying to quickly farm up that Dragon Blade, or that Dragon Strike, if possible. Nibley has been so aggressive on this D.Va, constantly taking down anyone who is low, including the Pharah that's been flying around in the sky. So far, though, we see Moonlit continuing to try and get aggressive, hunting for that Lucio, DPS Moira in the house. does have to dip out at the end of the day and let everyone else help her out, but it's still gonna be Moonlit holding this defensive point, and now we have less than a minute left on the clock. Wisteria has their backs against the wall.
Right, and we talked about, do you want to save that Kitsune Rush? The answer was no. And they used it after Rindra had already gone down to try and bring that back, try and build some ultimates, which has worked for them, to be fair. They have 3 about to be online, a little further behind on that sound barrier than they might like after the Mercy swap. Rindra, though, also swapping to the Reaper here on 4%. This is all you've got to bear at 20 seconds in, so...
Dragon Strike puts some pressure there onto the high ground, and Royal Kind gets the opening pick onto Crescent. Bonobo joins the club, taking down Zelda as a result, and now Wisteria has opened the doors for them to capture this first point at the very last moment. Sound Barrier is going to stall out the team fight a little bit longer, and Symphony manages to capitalize, taking down Layla. Overtime bar has been triggered, and now Moonlit Oblivion has their momentum. They just pop the self-destruct, zoning away members of Wisteria. Rindra gets taken out, and now Wisteria only has 2 people left in this play to try and keep stalling out the point. OT stalls, OT respawns are forever, and with just the Lucio O left, it's gonna be Moonlit Oblivion with a full first point King's Row hold.
Well, that's a statement in and of itself, right? I mean, I think the composition did exactly what they wanted it to do for Moonlit Oblivion. I think they had an exact plan as to how they wanted it to go, what everyone's role was supposed to be, and that really shook out just as they expected it to. Zelda consistently providing the zoning. Bonobo cannot just come in, be the ground Pharah that hits direct hits from 2 feet away. Like, the game plan that Wisteria maybe wanted to bring to bear was utterly halted by the composition that Moonlit Oblivion had and their understanding of where they needed to be and when. Nibley was constantly in exactly the right place on the Diva as we come out. Show me this. Show me this. Absolutely. And if I'm Moonlit Oblivion, I'm feeling pretty solid. I'm thinking maybe we go a little silly with it. Maybe we try something more fun.
You're on the attack. You've got some wiggle room in the spawn right out of the gate. It's why we see the Widowmakers open up the fights.
Right. Yeah, you've got time to lose a fight and switch if you want, or you could do the Liam OW strat. I'm gonna call this shot before I see it. I want to see Zelda teleport Crescent to the top of the Mondada statue. No! Do the Liam strat. They're not going to do it. It's fine. This composition is also good. It's very standard for what they've been running. It works. I get it. But also,
after today, I'm like, haven't you learned your caster cursing everything today?
I know. I got to flip the switch in the caster blessing. It doesn't work.
You're shooting yourself right there in the foot. Ooh.
It's fine. It's fine. Everyone's having fun.
We're having fun.
What they're used to. We're having fun.
Widowmaker here way on the side, looking for that off angle. For anyone who is, unsuspecting or not behind enough cover, that is a quick kill onto Rindra, starting off the feed. Nimbly, absolutely aggressive and continuing to be in the face of Wisteria. Not enough resources health-wise to keep them alive in that fight. And, well, it's a little bit of a chaotic fight here on this point all around. These Lucios are skirting across the point, and, well, it looks like Wisteria might be able to stabilize a bit here on the defense. Crescent's taking a lot of damage.
Right, and not really converting as quickly as they might like. Bonobo getting the picks.
Whoa, Nibley.
There it goes again. Nibley just jumping in, doing Winston things.
Cool.
The pick as well from Zelda, and yeah, this map is pretty much over.
Yeah, with only 1 tick needed there for Moonlit Oblivion, they did a fantastic job on the defense and were swift and decisive on this offense. And honestly, congratulations to them here for their victory on this Swiss round 5. Nibley absolutely deserves this play of the game, if not player of the match.
I was going to say, yeah, Nibley is kind of my undisputed. I mean, I think across multiple heroes stepping up.
Oh, yeah.
Consistently, I think a very important part of being a tank player is being in the right place at the right time and knowing how to make that not just a lucky thing, how to make it the calculated thing to do. And Nibley consistently was watching for reses, was immediately peeling for the back line and providing extra burst for the front line. Like a very balanced sort of midfield tank, which is in this meta really, really, really important. So excellent work from Moonlit again. I mean, the whole team obviously was firing on all cylinders here. And for Wisteria, this is definitely just a chance to kind of review, right? This shows you like, okay, here's where we can make some things happen, and here's where we maybe need to just put in a little extra gas. So you've got some games left, but still.
Yeah, I agree with you there. And, you know, Wisteria is definitely one of those teams where we could see them as we continue to progress through the Calling All Heroes throughout the years. We saw earlier, you know, they're a subdivision of Blossom, who is another team playing in this Calling All Heroes event. And, you know, it's nice to see that it's not just Altiora who has multiple teams here in this event. The Blossom team is also supporting their own org here with Wisteria. And I mean, it's nice to see that there's actually a pipeline that has been funneled and prepping their own teams for this opportunity of calling our heroes for marginalized genders. So nice to see it all come full circle, but it's still Moonlit Oblivion with the win at the end of the day, Thibault, and they got to be feeling good as they're looking to move into placements for tomorrow.
Right. Yeah. I mean, like we called at the top of the series, this is definitely a must win for both of these teams.
Oh,
And now
right.
Moonlit have the opportunity to take this momentum into their next game, hopefully break even at 3-3 after the start that they had, and hope that that is enough to kind of push them into that top 16. You know, we don't quite have like how all those standings are going to go or what the cutoff point's going to be.
Right.
But it's certainly going to behoove you to keep winning. You know, they want to win. They want to take the football and put it over where the football goes.
All day, baby.
all day, every day, practice and review and sleep.
Shake and bake.
Yeah. Oh, we got over to NASCAR. I don't know how we got there.
That's a Talladega Nights one too in general.
Yes.
So I gotta.
Yeah. I mean, this is a chance for Moonlit definitely to catch some momentum, you know, put some lightning in a bottle and then use it where they need it most, which is going to be their next game.
Right.
Because we're entering the last round. It is do or die now more even than it was a couple minutes ago. So.
Yeah. A lot on the line, and we'll have to see how it all unfolds. We aren't quite sure if we're going to be able to grab an interview here with someone from Moonlit Oblivion. Oh, looks like we are. So we will be right back, folks, in a moment. We're going to get them popped in here with us, and we'll see what they have to say. Hey everyone, and welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup 2. We are ironing out some interview details, so we will see how that unfolds momentarily. But there is plenty to go around because this is the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup 2. And honestly, this is a huge initiative from Overwatch, Blizzard, and the Overwatch League overall to really share their newer mission that was released with Overwatch 2 about trying to build this inclusive and competitive environment for everyone on the scene, right? No limits, no restrictions, and full accessibility, just like free to play. What do you know?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it definitely lines up with kind of the overall vision, I think, that has been coming alongside Overwatch 2 of like, let's bring this to the people. Let's really like put this in everyone's hands and see what everyone can do with it. And I mean, it's a mission really that is more necessary now perhaps than ever.
Oh, yeah.
You know, in sense of like, it's very important to create communities like this where everyone feels safe and comfortable to compete at their highest possible level and like see what they can do, right? This is a supplement in many ways to the path to pro. It is its own distinct thing, but it also provides that opportunity for you to like take the first steps that lead you down that path. So seeing this kind of pop up and be as successful as it's been, and to see all these people really take that opportunity and run with it and realize that they love it and that this passion has been inside of them this whole time, like that's what it's all about. That's what Overwatch is here for. So seeing that kind of proliferate after having been following this game since closed beta.
Right. Man. Back in the days where there's the, 5-man res and you just graze the tail of the Hanzo dragons and you're dead right away, right?
Yeah. Symmetra used to give shields to everyone.
Oh, yes, that. I forgot about.
Armor packs, all that stuff way back in the day. I've been here for it all.
Right.
I was here at the first monthly Melee. I was here at the first event at Blizzard Arena. Like, all of that. Yeah. History flex. I'm an old man. It's
called wisdom and experience, FYI.
Yes. Thank you. Exactly. You get it. But all of that really just to say, like, Overwatch has come such a long way, but at its core, it has always been this inspirational, aspirational sort of game.
Well, look at the characters, right? The characters are extremely diverse, and they created the swatch of characters with that intention of making sure there's an inclusivity element with, not just different areas of the world the characters are represented from, but we have completely different species and we have people with all different types of abilities and mindsets and states. And I mean, it is the epitome of what Overwatch was wanting to do from day one, as far as show us gaming is for everyone. There's no restrictions, and they are here to provide that. And, you know, you mentioned the Calling All Heroes running parallel to the Path to Pro. And I think that's really important to highlight because it's not replacing Path to Pro. It is an additional road to allow people to journey through similar avenues like Path to Pro and reach the pro level. And I think it's important to know that that's another opportunity, another door for more feeder programs for esports to grow in general. And you know, it's not just the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cups that are available, right? Blizzard also initiated their caster camp as well, Thibault. I got to actually go to that for the first day, believe it or not.
I was gonna say, how did that go? Because I've been casting for a bit. Like, the caster camp was not necessarily built for me, but to see someone who's kind of like had that perspective of like, that's a thing that I want to go to, and then experienced it. Like, what was that like for you?
You know, I had no idea really what to expect going in as someone who, you know, has been broadcasting for a couple years and am broadcasting in big events like this. But all in all, I got to say, I was really impressed with what we saw from Zoe and Reinforce and Mr. X and Necra as well. They really went into the fundamentals of casting and what it means mentally to be a broadcaster and to be a host or work at the desk. And there's really a significant difference between narrating the action and telling a story about the action unfolding. And you know for sure, dude, it takes a long time to truly understand and refine that skill. I think it's also important to note that, you know, there are some hard, fast rules, okay, as far as like you want to speak properly into your mic, you want to have a, you know, relatively polished presentation, but they were also really adamant to, you know, remind us that I call these more like pirate code guidelines, right? It's things you want to do regularly and be mindful of and aim for, but at the end of the day, you need to read the situation. And that's the hard part. That's the grind and all the experience that we put in to try and understand and read so we know that timing. And, good luck to everybody who is continuing to participate in that because they're getting their reels. They had a little demo come through, and the members who are hosting the caster camp are going to review people broadcasting and doing it maybe for the first time ever. So I was really excited to see such a big opportunity for the marginalized genders to pretty much have a direct line of credible wisdom and experience to start off in esports in general.
Yeah, speaking from experience, that is more valuable perhaps than anyone could ever realize. It is insane how useful that can be. And if any of this sounds good to you, the viewer out there, yes, looking at you, you specifically, if you're interested in learning more about that or joining the Calling All Heroes community on a grander scale, becoming part of something a little bigger than yourself, perhaps, we have a handy link over at callingallheroes.gg. There's a Discord community that you can join. There's plenty of people on Twitter who would love to chitter chat with you about all things Overwatch. Like literally all things. People are obsessed out there. I would know. I've been here for forever. So, callingallheroes.gg, if you'd like to learn a little more about how to get into this yourself, about what we're doing, why we're doing it, why it's very, very, very important. But in the meantime, we were actually not able to source an interview from our last game, which is all good. They've got plenty of other things to do, plenty of things to celebrate and prepare for and all that jazz. So we're going to take one more little break before getting into our final game of the Swiss rounds and of the day. So thank you very much for sticking with us, and we will be right back.
Hi, folks, and welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup. We've got the kitty cat over here on the mic with Thibble Dork and Waffles vs. Sid, and we are about to hop into our third map, actually, of a round robin 5. We're gonna see. Sorry, Thibble, remind me of the two teams we're hopping into.
So we've got Ethereal versus Dart Monkeys. So we've got two of basically the top teams right now duking it out in a decider, and we are about to jump in live on the action.
Oh, yeah. Well, and Dart
and
Monkeys.
There's a cat.
Everyone loves the cats. We actually saw him do the cutest little stretch earlier in the broadcast. I saw it. I know everyone. I know all you guys saw it too. But, you know, I'm pretty excited to see this matchup. Dart Monkeys were quite the team when they announced they were going to be participating in this Challengers Cup 2. And I think they've kind of been unofficially dubbed the content creator team, if that's correct.
Yeah, very much the stream team. So I'm
Right.
excited to see. Yeah. Oh, so we're getting some updates from production. It is currently 1-1. Timeless won map number 2. So it's been back and forth right now. Much the same way as last series, right?
Jeez,
you lose
Timeless.
on control. You post the meme about losing control. You turn around, you win the next map. So we are on a decider right now, just waiting to get dropped into that. But wanted to let you guys know kind of the stakes of what are going on. This is another one of those high caliber games that probably going to be a decent preview of our round of 16 coming up tomorrow. Starting off right between rounds. Thank you very much for that one. That's easy. Right at the start of the map, if I'm looking at this right. Similar compositions on both sides at the moment. Dart Monkeys, of course, are in spawn. I don't care what they have out right now.
Don't do it to yourself.
Yeah. We're not going to waste the time talking about that. Though anything, of course, is possible. And yeah, just reminders to reconstitute everybody. Some big names on both sides here. We've got SK and Aspen, probably the most well-known over on Dart Monkeys. Again, yeah, kind of that content creator team, air quotes, but also just like fantastic players. Just a really good set of teams on both sides here. So excited to see how this goes. Immediately, though, Timeless Ethereal stepping up.
Yeah. Well, you also mentioned those, big name streamers. Barcode herself is a pretty big one. I've seen a handful of times.
That's Barcode.
Right.
Sorry.
Wait for it. Process it for a moment there. Clever, isn't she?
Yeah.
So far, though, Timeless Eternal, Timeless Ethereal. Man, I keep doing that. Trying to break through this. Jeez, I am so confused getting dropped into this. They're holding the defensive here around this corner. Dart Monkey starting to pop off. SK taking control of this map. The tempo is insane. Look at the chase down coming through.
And I mean, and this is what you're looking
escape.
for. Yeah, there you go. This is what you're looking for at that high level, right? Is that ability to immediately flip the switch, immediately hit the gas. Like that tempo control and that awareness of, all right, we got picked. We're going to take this slow. We're not going to overextend. We're not going to try and force this. Okay, we're back at full strength. Go, 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 go.
Right.
I mean, again, looking at two teams like this playing at the highest level, this is what you need to be seeing. So as we're heading towards our next fight here, the point is very close to being captured already. Pretty even on ultimates on either side, but Aspen coming online with that Kitsune Rush. Doesn't matter too much with Barker going down, but maybe they can clutch this out.
They are trying to continue winning this fight even though they are a player down. A sound barrier here popped by a Jam is going to be really tough for Dart Monkeys to push into since they don't have the advantage. Now Aramori goes ahead, pops the Kitsune Rush on top of it. That is a great defensive hold here for Timeless Ethereal, and they get to continue holding on to the Primal Rage.
Great little short hop tech there from Santana, getting that extra burst damage in just from the landing itself, comboed with the melee. Nice little way to finish off a Reaper before that lifesteal makes that an unwinnable fight for you. I wish I did that more often when I played Winston. Take your notes, folks. That's what we're here for. We're learning from the best. Ultimates online for both sides here. The same ultimates, actually, very similar. Or I should not say that because SK's got the sound barrier and Jam does not. 3 ultimates on both sides. Let's do that.
Well, we got
Ultimates
some
coming
mix-ups
online.
on the order of the team, so don't you even fret. So far, Zermit goes ahead, opens up with the Death Blossom after he's been reinforced by the sound barrier from SK. Dart Monkeys has the momentum, but are they about to be stalled out here by Santana's Primal Rage? They have the numbers they need, and oh, a lot of damage chunked into Jim just now. Aramori comes through trying to make hero plays, and really it's at the end of this first checkpoint potential. Timeless really wants to prevent this cap, but Dart Monkeys knows how critical it is. There's only 46 seconds left on the clock, and they're getting desperate.
Right, this is heading to the point where if you lose this fight, you do not have a lot of time to get back together and go for one more. You only are going to have the Kitsune Rush coming online. Aramori already popping theirs, already just going for that aggression, wants to keep Dart Monkeys playing on the back foot with less time. Though, of course, now, Dart Monkeys with the advantage on the Kitsune Rush, but a little behind on the sound barrier and pretty much everything else. So it's going to be a fairly neutral fight.
A lot of pressure on Jam. There he is, popping the sound barrier. Going to keep Timeless Ethereal in this fight as they try and defensively hold. It is match point for both of these teams to win this series here. And the real question is who's going to clutch it out? Zermit is so close to that Death Blossom. And is able to take down Santana as a result. A nice Primal Rage comes through, but Dart Monkeys still holding, still attacking as much as they can. Jim just clutched it out for his team with a 3K. The point was capped either way, Thibble.
Yeah,
in the confusion, they lost it. Darn. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, just the disruption provided by moving fish, was just enough, really, just to kind of disrupt, get things moving, get that cart. I mean, it literally had 0.01, right? Like a millisecond of time non-contested was going to get it through. And already, Ultimate's coming through thick and fast. Dart Monkeys are not complacent with having just captured the point. They are willing to spend to make sure that this cart keeps moving. They have to break through that choke point. Otherwise, you're in a King's Road situation where you're just stuck at the gate. So they move it forward now. Barcode coming online with the overclock. Kind of the only thing that Dart Monkeys have after that. Otherwise, pretty expensive couple fights.
Yeah.
Azure on the other side, though, has an overclock of their own. Santana coming online with that Primal. And Aramori with the Kitsune Rush, which she has like every other fight, pretty much. Providing some excellent opportunities for Timeless Ethereal to destabilize themselves.
There's the Kitsune, and
Whoa.
Azure goes ahead and takes down Barcode, opening the fight. That means Barcode cannot pop their own railgun overclock, and as a result, Timeless Ethereal going to go ahead defensively hold with only giving up the Kitsune, and now there's 1 minute left.
And that is absolutely the most important part of all of that, is that Aramori only needed to use the Kitsune Rush for them to secure that fight, thanks to just the neutral pick from Azure. So now you've got everything else online. This Kitsune Rush doesn't bother you too much. Azure already just like, yeah, sure, pop it. I'll just kill everybody.
Jeez, yeah, even almost falling very, very low there. The resources being kept into the support lines have absolutely been critical. Dart Monkeys knows this is their last chance to push, and it is all on the line if they want to win this series.
You've got one shot, you've got two ultimates. Timeless Ethereal on the other side, that Death Blossom and that Sound Barrier need to be the thing that provide enough wiggle room to keep Barcode from clutching it out. Right? Can you give enough effective health? Can you prevent the early pick coming through? Can you disrupt the Primal and burn that target fast enough? And if not, dire straits.
Ooh, what a nice sound barrier, reinforcing Jim through the Death Blossom once again. Not the first time we've seen that recipe from that duo, as Timeless Ethereal continues to hold this defensive point. There's a lot of chaos caused by moving Fish's Primal Rage, but is it going to be enough to actually stall out this point? The damage from Zermit is turning the tide here for Dart Monkeys. Timeless Ethereal needs to be careful it doesn't snowball out of their control, Thibble.
Certainly, they want to avoid a snowball, but they also have the time to come back from maybe with that. With those staggers, I highly doubt they will try and recontest this at all. I certainly wouldn't recommend it personally, but hey, they're better than me. We're going to see what happens. We have some people already setting up right there at that choke point, but Barcode is ready. Barcode knows exactly what's going on here. They're going to hold that. It looks like, yeah, they are. Okay, they are going to try and come out for it.
Right here, 3.31 meters, and looks like Barcode's just gonna put the nail in the coffin, takes Aramori's head clean off while Zermit follows up with the rest of the damage. Dart Monkeys caps the second checkpoint, and now they have 124 on the time bank and that little wiggle room they were wanting.
Zermit has just been like wiggling down the halls and just like getting the cleanup, getting the raw damage down as everyone else kind of goes for the flashy positions and the flashy moves and stuff. He's just walking up and shooting people. But he's Reaper. You know, he comes in from the side. He's got the two shotguns. He's very useful. I forget.
And then he can Wraith to bail himself out, just
Exactly.
willy-nilly through any damage. So
Yes. yeah. His whole, but like Zemrit's entire flow right now is very focused on just like, I am just the janitor. I am just here to get the job done and go home. Like, let's just get this done. And it's working very well for them. Dart Monkeys are clutching out when they need to. And a lot of that is off of Zemrit's damage in addition to all the flashier bits that we've been saying. And now Aspen steps forward with the Kitsune Rush.
Dart Monkeys really stressing out all their fans here, saving it for just the last minute. The longest sound barrier cast in existence possibly. Took SK forever. Does finally manage to get it, cast it off, and then Dart Monkeys continues to push on forward. Moving Fish taken out by the Death Blossom at the end of the day. Timeless Ethereal going to be able to get the momentum back in their favor, hold this defensive point just before the last moment, and a force out of the Death Blossom from Dart Monkeys. That is nice to see. 2 seconds left, and it's going to be a nice hold coming through here from Timeless Ethereal before the third checkpoint. Well, that's a very tangible win condition.
Right. As we've said once before today, the line has been drawn in the sand for this map and this series when the stakes have frankly never been higher. These teams want to establish themselves as the top dogs early on. Aramori has already said, we are here to make a statement. We are here to prove ourselves capable.
Yeah.
Dart Monkeys, big names on that team. Aspen has been in contenders for a long, long time. SK as well, Barcode as well. These are names that we know. You know, all the names on Dart Monkeys, frankly, are known. And they deserve to be where they're at, but that doesn't mean they're going to get where they are unchallenged. So this is definitely the spot where Timeless Ethereal need to turn it up, run that style they've been running, get Santana up there in the front line, get Jim doing Jim things.
Yeah.
Get Aramori popping a Kitsune Rush every 30 seconds. Like, these are things we know they are capable of. But now is the time to stand it.
Well, and if they manage to, we've seen them already come through and reverse sweep a series, right? I'm going to go out here on a limb and say Timeless Ethereal is not the strongest on control. And, you know, in a first to two series, that's really detrimental when you always start out on control. But as we progress through towards tomorrow, I could see that maybe they have a significant shift in how well they're consistently performing when we move to more maps away from control more regularly. So far, though, it's going to be all Dart Monkeys trying to hold this defensive point very, very close, right? They want to burn as much time off the clock as possible. It's a strategy we've seen regularly here at Route 66. Santana's going to pick Aspen off early, and with the support off the table for Dart Monkeys, that's a lot of opportunity for Timeless to go ahead and push forward since the sustainability is not there. Jim goes down, but Santana gets Barcode, and with the spawn advantage, Timeless Ethereal can still look to make some progress.
Right, yeah. I mean, you don't need the cleanest win. You just need to gradually chip away and let the spawn advantage do the rest. So already they are making progress on that, even as they get traded out, right? Zemrit's still doing the work, but does get taken down by Aramori. Azura getting back into this fight is going to clean up Moving Fish. And
now Moving Fish has been staggered late, and SK.
Right. Yeah. I mean, at the very least, they get staggered pretty close together, so they'll get taxied back because they're both pretty quick. They will certainly have another fight before the point is captured, maybe a couple more. But even so, right? Like, you burn some time off that clock for sure, but now you still have a lot of fighting left to do. Ultimate's coming online on both sides. You've got Zemrit ahead in the Reaper battle, who's been doing his custodian work, you know, but Santana already coming online with that Primal Aramori, already with that Kitsune Rush, well ahead of Aspen, and Marco getting that opening pick on the Jim is huge.
Aramori has been crushing it on this Kiriko, and well, unfortunately she gets crushed herself, does get taken down before the Kitsune Rush can be used. Dart Monkey's doing a good job of defensively holding on this most recent push, but it's going to be a little bit of a different story. There's going to be a lot more resources available for Timeless, especially those support ultimates, and those can be tide-turning resources.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, and a quick shout out here before we get into the next fight. Both of these Winstons are playing lights out. Just the tech from the primals that I've seen from Santana already all day has been phenomenal. And Moving Fish is equally holding their own, just like putting in the work, doing Winston things, but never mind. Zemret said, "I'm not the custodian anymore, dude. I am the main character. Get out of my way."
And it's a good decision by Santana there to just bail off the map. It's a little bit less, it's less value for Dart Monkeys on the damage front, on the ultimate charging front, and well, they got out with their resources still. They did commit sound barrier, but
Right. Yeah, but I mean, if that's the only loss and you're still walking out of this with your Kitsune Rush and both DPS ultimates, you're all right.
Yeah.
You have an advantage still in terms of ultimates. You want to try and pull that sound barrier from SK as quick as possible. But losing Azure early is maybe not the way. Oh,
Well,
SK uses it anyway.
okay. Well, Azure did go down with the overclock on the line. Death Blossom from Jim doesn't find any kills, even though it's along the Kitsune alley. Jam goes down from a beautiful railgun shot from Barcode, and well, gravity makes you predictable, my friend, and she's the last person you want to be challenging in the air like that.
Yeah, I mean, people like this are going to hit their shots if you're just falling. Right? There's a reason you see players as they fall, like whip their camera around. Like they know what everybody else knows. So, just great tech coming through. Dueling, that was weird. I would love to have seen that in first person. That on the kill feed is a strange thing to see, but also, hey, we're having fun. Already Dart Monkeys here just stepping back on the back foot. There's 8 seconds left. They don't necessarily need to be super aggressive. They can let this come to them, attack this at full strength.
Ooh.
Off the Kitsune Rush and just jump in whenever you want.
Well, have fun pushing into Aspen's Kitsune Rush. Timeless Ethereal trying to do their best to sustain. They did manage to take down Moving Fish amongst all this chaos, and well, Zemret is looking and hunting to try and put pressure here underneath Big Earls. It looks like Timeless Ethereal slowly pulling away here in the kill feed. There's another one to go, and with that, at the last possible second, once again, Timeless Ethereal looking to cap this first point.
I mean, if this wasn't at an already high level of play, you might call something like this like mindless aggression, right? Like, doesn't matter how far down we are, we have no choice anyway, there's no time in the bank. Go. Use everything you've got. And sometimes when you play like that, you unlock like a whole new level. Right?
Totally,
like to
yeah.
go even further beyond.
What?
And they're definitely having
Surpass
that
your
moment.
limits and you can unlock new potential? What does every
Yeah.
anime teach us?
Right, exactly. We're having some anime moments here, folks, for sure. And now Timeless Ethereal stepping up with 5 ultimates to back. Dart Monkeys are gonna have a few of their own, but at the end of the day, this is still an advantage for Timeless. They can also spread these out and make it work across multiple fights because they have a lot of path left to push, and Aspen getting that early pick onto Azure is going to complicate things. So they gotta be smart.
Okay, once again, Timeless Ethereal doesn't care that they're a man down, harnessing their inner San Francisco shock to the core, trying to take on Dart Monkeys regardless of losing a player. It's not unfolding the way they would like because Barcode absolutely destroyed on that last play. A beautiful hat trick, one after another. No breaks needed for that highlight reel, Thibble.
So Timeless Ethereal were certainly feeling themselves in that moment. Definitely made the call to spend absolutely everything, except the overclock.
Which
And
couldn't have been spent
unfortunately-
because she was walking back from spawn.
Exactly, right. You know, if Azure was there, that probably would have been popped too, because you never know. And maybe that would have made the difference, but that's not the reality we're living in. Dart Monkeys now online with a couple ultimates, plenty of defensive positioning available to them, and Azure has their work cut out for them.
That was a good chunk of damage thrown, but it's not going to be enough. There's so much pressure here being thrown out by Moving Fish during the Primal Rage. It does pretty much negate all of Azure's potential for being aggressive and pushing forward while using that overclock. Now Timeless Ethereal has to go ahead and push the point pretty much all natural. No ultimates online for either team at this moment, but pushing through under this bridge could be absolutely critical. This pepper damage and a beautiful boop from SK, forcing Ethereal off of this high ground, is going to give them the advantage they're looking for. Barcode takes down Jam as a result, and now Dart Monkeys is reinforced with the sound barrier. SK says pull the trigger, let's go. 4 seconds left. Can anyone from Ethereal touch? Wow,
yes, just
incredible
barely.
job
Yeah,
there
Jim.
by Jim. But
Yeah,
at
Jim with the TP.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Dart Monkeys doing a fantastic job on this defense and coming through to win the series here for their Swiss round 5.
Yeah, I mean, stepping up when they needed it most, right? Like, that was looking pretty contentious there for a bit, but that hold, as well as just like the constant lack of fear. You know, like I would love to hear those comms, because I'm sure it was just like, come on, we're better than them. Just walk. Just
Go,
press
go, go,
W.
go, 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 go.
Yeah, everybody press all your buttons, right? That was, all those fights were very like, we just lost somebody, whatever, man. I'm hitting sound barrier. Let's
Right?
go.
Leroy
It doesn't matter.
Jenkins.
Yes. Yeah, literally. Just like, we do not care. We are better than them. And playing again with that senseless confidence that I've been talking about, that isn't senseless. It's just like, we can clutch this out if we believe in the heart of the cards or whatever, you know? So that energy, I think, from Dart Monkeys is crucial, really.
Yeah.
And for Timeless Ethereal, who are talking about, like, we want to send a message. We want to show that we've been working hard and practicing and everything like that. You really have the unstoppable force and the immovable object
Right
there, right? Because, like, you're putting in all this time, but at the end of the day, if they're just going to bum rush you no matter what, that's something you have to respect. So
Totally.
lessons learned on both sides, for sure.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the blitz technique or the full court press, it's very common. And a lot of times when people are presented with so much pressure constantly, they actually can't get their footing to stabilize and gear up for a real team fight, because you're constantly peppering them, getting picks, and pretty much instigating before they're even set up, right? And that's where we see the snowballs roll through from these teams, especially on these, payload-oriented maps. I'm looking forward to seeing how Timeless Ethereal really walks away from that match tomorrow. I suspect that we will see them moving on through, both of these teams moving on through to tomorrow, but will we see them actually encounter each other again is something, we'll see how the cards fall, but I am really hopeful that we do get a chance to watch that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think this has the opportunity to be like a true top-tier contender match. You know, both of these teams obviously probably pretty favored to make top 4. You know, if we want to be
it's hard to
realistic
say
about
that actually
expectations.
with how many good teams there
I suppose
are.
that's true.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I
give
maybe
them like a
shouldn't jump
top
the gun.
6 on that, just because there's a good
Yeah.
slew here
Yeah,
ranking
there
up
certainly
high.
is. Yeah, I know that this tournament in particular has been super, super competitive at that top level, and that top 4 is not guaranteed. I'll maybe make the call that I think Dart Monkeys at least can do it.
Okay.
I think Timeless, there's obviously a chance, right? They're proving to be one of our upper level contenders, but like you said, there's a few of those out there and only 4 can advance. So I think they have the chance though, right? Like their whole thing is like, we review, we practice. We're talking about this. We are a thinking gamers team.
Mm-hmm.
And there is an opportunity there for teams with that sort of like focus on strategy to turn around and give us all new looks, different flavors of their existing looks. Like, they've got the time to develop as they go and get stronger as the tournament carries on. That's obviously just some work that they got to put in right now. So,
well, and putting in work against a team like Dart Monkeys, right? We already talked about how these are really well-known players in the community, especially based off of a lot of their content they've done. They are some pretty nasty specialists as far as in their own field, and I think that that's really gone a long way for them. Obviously synergy is not a problem because they are on point for this match, and they have been for the whole series, dude. It's pretty shocking and eye-opening to me because it really shows the base level of skill that all of them have, and they're like, well, we're playing the game right. The synergy seems easy as a result.
Yeah. Yeah, like everything just kind of falls into place to them. Another perfect storm, as we've been saying. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see if that storm continues or not, right? There's still an A game left to play today, and
Right.
obviously the rounds of 16 starting tomorrow. In the meantime, though, ooh, I am hearing that we have Aspen on the line. If production is cool, I think we can just throw directly to that interview and get it started. If you'd like to kick us off, Waffles.
There we go. Hey, Aspen, welcome to the interview booth. Congratulations on your win. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Yeah, it feels good to win. So,
Better, yeah. Winning does feel better than losing. I have heard. Absolutely.
Well, you absolutely crushed it on the Kiriko here today. What was it like? What's the mindset of the team kind of moving into this tournament? You know, you guys are all really well known, both for your own personal communities that you've built and in the Overwatch community as a whole. And, you know, what kind of pressure does that put on you guys?
well, so we're originally a pug team. I just kind of said yes. Like, I wanted to play in this originally, but like scheduling is really hard. So, we're all very positive. The comms are nice, and then we just got the best coach in the world. So it's kind of
Ooh.
dominating,
There you go.
Yeah, we
Hey,
got Jake
yo.
Overwatch. Like he's behind us at all times, literally. Like he has a tire behind us. It's really helpful.
Well, he's literally in your house with a rip tire. That's wild.
Yeah, no, he is. If I turn on cam right now, you would see him.
That's terrifying, actually.
The imposing force, making sure
yeah.
everyone stays in check.
Yeah, no
Yep.
kidding. I mean, so how's that gone? Have you worked with Jake before? Is this like a kind of a new venture for you both? And like, what is he bringing to the team in terms of your preparation and strategy?
I've not worked with Jake before. I knew him. Never really got coaching from him though, or just played in rank. But he is actually really good. I've learned a lot about Kiriko. I'm a main support player. I don't play flex support characters, so jumping into Kiriko with like help from a good coach is really nice. So that's been clean.
Well, if Avatar taught us anything, it's that everyone needs a master. And honestly, it's great to hear that you're starting to branch into that and you've had so much success on Kiriko herself. You were in a cute ass cosplay, actually a grand finals of Kiriko, if I recall correctly. So make sure everyone checks out Aspen's Twitter so you can see that nice getup she had on.
I made it. Well, not the,
Did
not
you
the mask.
really?
Dude.
I designed a jacket and then I had someone sew it for me since I'm not talented in that. But yeah.
Excellent.
You know,
That's super cool.
it's two different talents to execute and to invent. And props to
Yeah.
you on that front. That was, folks, definitely check out Aspen's Twitter and see her Kiriko cosplay. It was so cute and great there for grand finals. Perfect timing for the release of, her here in Overwatch 2. Aspen, you're gonna be a big contender here for tomorrow's playoffs. What's on your guys' mind knowing you have a huge target on your backs?
Well, I mean, we're playing well right now. We learned a lot about the comp. I think we're pretty confident going into tomorrow. I at least am. I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. I just want to have fun. Win, which I think we will do.
There you go. Yeah, that was going to be my question anyways. Obviously, you guys are coming in with a lot of confidence, and is it safe to say you consider yourselves the top dogs of this tournament? We were hearing some similar stuff from Aramori, so I kind of want to see what you think. Obviously, now that this game has gone the way it's gone, right?
Yeah. I mean, for sure, there's actually like a lot of good teams. Like the team we just played right now,
Oh,
like
yeah.
it was really down to the wire, like on some fights, and the map before you guys didn't see, but like it was crazy close. So there's definitely a lot of good players and teams.
Absolutely. Okay. Well, we won't keep you here any longer. Anyone in particular that you want to shout out, especially if they have a rip tire directly behind you or anything?
Shout out Junkrat.
True. Yep. That's the right answer right there. Shout out Junkrat. That's my boy.
Absolutely.
Well, awesome. Thank you so much, Aspen. Enjoy the win. Go get another. Well, I'm sure we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Shout out to the Junkrat. Nice.
It was subtle. I respect that. No need to schmooze too hard.
No one wants a brown noser, right?
Yeah.
Well, I gotta
Dang.
say, I was excited to at least see a little bit of Dart Monkeys. You know, we saw them play yesterday, and let's see, they played up against number one on Overbuff with a clean 2-0 sweep. And number one on Overbuff was a big competitor for our first Challengers Cup. Now they're actually down here on ranked number 7. So we'll have to see, you know, what unfolds for their final round. Dart Monkeys are at the top of the leaderboard with the perfect and pristine record of 5-0, Thibble, and that's someone to be gunning for.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we talk about top dogs. The last remaining undefeated team has to be in that conversation. Timeless Ethereal. I mean, Aspen did mention that a lot of those were very close to the wire. Pursuit and Altiora Nimbus maintaining their 4-1, as well as Banon, Chalky Milk, and Night Witches. And then, I mean, just in general, right, we're getting closer and closer to a crystallization of the top 16. But, I mean, it's anyone's game at this point. If any of these 3 and 2s lose their last game, and if some of our 2 and 3s win, you start getting into tiebreaker scenarios where you have to look at, well, who's really in the top 16 out of all those teams. Like,
Right.
It's going to get real interesting real fast with that.
Right. Well, and I
So-
remember seeing a tweet actually from Bailey going into some details around how those ties are determined and how the rankings are established based off of teams who have the same scores. And, you know, they go into the details and analyze, okay, who were those opponents that they played against and how does that weigh into their overall score and ranking. It's round robin, right? So there's a lot of chance involved with some of these initial qualifier matches and who you're going to play and, you know, establish your ranking going into the playoffs. Now, I am excited to see our next matchup, Thibble. We're going to go into our Swiss round 6, and we're actually going to see the Vancouver Titans blue team go up against Fruit Salad. And, well, Vancouver Titans blue is the team that Vancouver Titans established after seeing, you know, Challengers Cup 1 and wanting to get involved and create their own team to enter. So there's a lot of eyes on them, especially considering the fact that they have so many resources and, well, they hold the name of Vancouver Titans. That itself is a lot of responsibility, Thibble.
Right. That sends a message, you know. This org believes that we have what it takes. And right now, I mean, you could maybe say they're on a bit of a back foot, but they are one of those teams that is far away from out of it. They have the opportunity to bring this back to show that they deserve to be in that top 16. Make a run, go crazy with it, have some fun at the very least, you know. And I agreed. I'm very excited to see what they can do. I think the name and support of an organization is no small thing.
Oh,
And for the Titans to step up and be like, boom, there you go. There's a team. We're sending it. Like, that tells you something. So very excited to see how that goes. In the meantime, I believe we are setting up. Oh, we actually don't even need to throw to a break. The players are currently ready.
well, what do you know?
So I'm good to go. If you're good to go, you good to go?
Well, our first map to go to is Busan, right?
There
Of
it
course,
is.
back to control, folks. No one's surprised, but at least we are going to a change of pace. We'll roll through hybrid escort push as per usual, following suit. But we're going to go ahead and take a look at the teams and their rosters coming up. Like we mentioned, Vancouver Titans blue versus Fruit Salad. Oh, originally they had a little yummy yummy on there. Guess we don't get
Well,
to
you
see that
gotta.
little.
You gotta. Fruit salad, yummy, yummy. Like, that's the whole point. So true, by the way. But as we look to Vancouver Titans blue here, you have a team, frankly, that I'll admit, I don't know too many of these names, but at the same time, that's kind of the whole point. That's what this is for. Yes, it's an opportunity
ding,
for the Aspens and the SKs and the Aramoris to get out there and show us that they got it. They're good.
Yeah.
Well, of course, we all know that already. But this is really for the people who are maybe just getting started, who are maybe just now getting their first structured competitive opportunities to show us what they are truly capable of. So I'm really excited for this because, like we said, if an org is going to throw their name behind you, you better show up and prove that you are worthy of that. So this
Totally.
team here in particular really has a lot to prove. I'm very excited to see what they can do in our final Swiss. And then on the other side, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say there's a reason we mentioned earlier that this Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup is running parallel to the normal or the traditional path to pro route that we see. And it is to give these players the opportunity to, show themselves for the first time that they are here to play. Now we've got a Fruit Salad over here in the house. I also am not overly familiar with a lot of members of this team, but I gotta say, I am excited to see them play. And, going up against a team like the Vancouver Titans Blue has definitely got to, shake your mind a little bit, right? Test your fortitude actually is more accurate. I don't want to be so bold as to assume anyone's shaken. I'm okay with admitting a test here and there, okay?
Yeah. And I mean, at this stage of the game, this is your final Swiss round. You're both 2 and 3. If you want any chance at all of making it to tomorrow, I mean, we talked about our last series being a must win. This is a must win.
This is your last chance to win.
Yeah. It is very much win or go home. And frankly, even then, you're up to a lot of factors. Your hands are kind of in the air at the end of this either way, but you want to give your best possible showing. You want to go 2 up. You want to step up. You want to dominate here. So I'm looking to see now what these teams do to establish their dominance on the field. Fruit Salad, yummy, have their work cut out for them if they want to step up to, again, like you mentioned, this team that has this big name behind them that show that they're worthy. But are they just saying like, who cares if the Titans like these guys? It's the Titans. Like there's maybe some mental trash talk going on there to hype yourself up, to give yourself that mental edge. That's what I'd be doing. It's the Titans, guys. Come on, don't worry. I think it's okay. But even then, and on the other side, our Vancouver Titans Blues stepping up and going, come on, guys, they believe in us. Now is our chance. We're never going to get a better shot than this.
Right.
This is their moment, as I thought.
Well, Fruit Salad needs to really harness their inner Hercules here to take on these Titans. And, well, it's time for them to jump on the point. Wow, a deletion comes through. Nari absolutely on point. Follows up with another kill onto Juno. And, well, Vancouver Titans Blue go ahead, run away in the kill feed, take this first possession for themselves, and now they're getting ready to just bombard Fruit Salad through these tiny chokes as they try and re-enter.
Right, yeah, I mean, that opening pick just leads to a complete wash, a total snowballing from Vancouver Titans Blue, and now they just have the chance to set up. It's control. You establish yourself in a good position, you do what you gotta do. Winston coming through, Juno trying to make an opening happen, but Kitsu and Nari are just ready. Far too ready. Audrey comes in trying to save, and that's not to be.
Well, Juno seems to be going down very early in the fight, and I think that's because of the focus fire and amount of damage that Vancouver Titans Blue are bringing to the table. Nari already has overclock, and Demon is at 55, Thibble.
Yeah, I mean, the ultimate generation just off of these two, like, pretty strongly won fights for Titans Blue. It's making itself apparent, right? Juno is trying to make the space, trying to do the job, but like you said, when there's focus fire at that caliber, there's not a whole lot you can do, and Nari with the overclock already is just taking people's heads off.
Wow, Suzu was forced out early from both sides, but unfortunately for Fruit Salad, it is easy pickings for Nari on this overclock when you have to funnel through this narrow choke point, and, well, they already see you walking up the alleyway. There's no escape and no room to really find significant cover.
Right, and this is the first fight really where Fruit Salad are coming in with any sort of like actual ultimates or anything approaching an advantage. So even then, Titans Blue plenty of tools to work with, but these Kitsune rushes need to get something done.
Juno fell very low again, manages to escape, and, well, is taken down at the end of the day. Titans Blue continuing to throw in resources to this fight, holding down the fort, and with a team kill at 88%, Thibble, it's going to be a mad dash for Fruit Salad to touch the point.
Because Zara was very low. There was almost an opening there for Fruit Salad as they used just about everything. Demon swapping over to the Tracer, trying to touch. Adri coming in with the Spirit Rush just to try and provide support, but Elf goes down before they even really get to the point, so they're not going to have much presence at all. Not a ton of healing. The Death Blossom coming out from Kitsu. that's probably going to be a wrap on this one.
Oh, yeah, that is going to seal the deal there for Titans Blue. And honestly, a really dominant performance coming through from them for this opening map of Control. So a great tempo start for them. The real question is, will that continue, or is Fruit Salad gonna ripen up and find their footing?
Hey, there we go. The fruit puns. Let's get them going, folks. Thick and fast. Think of them. Help us out. So we're heading over to Sanctuary here. It's very open air. We're probably going to see still very similar compositions. Sojourn does just fine here. Reaper does just fine here. Winston does fine anyway. He's Winston. Don't worry about him. So, I mean, looking back at that mecha base, right? I think mecha base is probably the worst stage that Fruit Salad could have drawn of the three. You know, the choke points there are so intense. It's so easy to shift between all the different places that you can try to make an ingress. And Titans Blue just had their number all the way through. With this kind of wider, more open air like layout, there's maybe more opportunities for Fruit Salad to like set up a flank or get something cheeky.
Right,
or just,
right.
You know, kind of run at them and hope that sticks. There are more opportunities there perhaps. But Titans Blue looking real good.
There's a lot more open air on this map in general, and well, so far Titans Blue seem to be taking advantage of this close quarters room just like they did on Mecha Base, right? It looks like they're quite comfortable here in this chaotic, in-your-face fight, Thibble.
Yeah, I mean, they love just kind of running at you. You know, this composition, some people do call it banana brawl, and a brawl composition is always marked by your capacity to run directly at the other team's face. So they're having a good time. They're playing this the way they want to play it. They are definitely playing their game, as you say. And Fruit Salad making their way around the flank, but immediately about to be met by Kazara and Titans Blue. Kazara very low though.
Huge props to these Lucios for us, particularly Akim, to help Titans Blue meet Fruit Salad as they try and circle around for a flank and move to engage. They were right there, right on top of Fruit Salad immediately with no room for them to breathe. And once again, Titans Blue still trying to, well, back off after that most recent engagement here. A late kill there onto Akim, and well, Fruit Salad gonna continue looking to push.
Great primal here coming out from Kazara. You know, I mean, what more can you say, right? Like, advantages are abound for Titans Blue. They have the ultimates online. They're winning the neutral fights. Kazara with the primal is doing crazy things. Juno trying. I do want to shout out Juno again because I do really feel that they are trying their best to create the openings, right? That's kind of what the Winston's for. Like, I'm going to create the space so you guys can walk up and make something happen, and he is trying that. And man, that focus fire is nasty. Now Titans Blue coming online with 4 ultimates. Fruit Salad do have a few of their own. They've got both support ultimates online, close to the overclock for Demon. This could be a chance to turn it around, and frankly, at the percentages that we're at, it kind of has to be, but the deck is stacked, so let's see what they can do.
Yeah, five ultimates stacked here. Titans Blue popped a lot of them to instigate this fight. 88% and counting for Titans Blue possession, and now Kitsu still has that Death Blossom is deleted here by Damon before they can pop it off, and now Fruit Salad looking to try and push 99%, and they were able to clip and initiate the overtime bar, but they have got to win this fight if they want to come back and try to hold this point. Right now it is 99% for Titans Blue and in their possession. Oh, Sylphie almost goes down, so close, but Kitsu rips through him with a Death Blossom. That's going to be the nail in the coffin, giving Titans Blue the win here on Busan.
Yeah, I mean, just that was pretty dominant. Let's be real. That was a pretty good showing there for Titans Blue, you can say. There were glimmers of hope, absolutely. Like, Control is crazy. We know this. We've been saying this all day. There's always an opportunity to bring this back and kind of show what you can do on another map type, maybe a different composition.
Oh, yeah.
But I mean, looking at the mirror, it's pretty clear that Titans Blue have been doing their homework. They know how they want to engage. Kazara has no problem stepping up and just being that guerrilla scientist,
Yeah.
you know, who just walks forward and does their thing. So good showing, honestly, from Titans Blue. Very impressed that they were able to maintain that level all the way through.
I thought that their resource management of their own ultimates was also very controlled, and they were very conscientious of, not overexerting until closer to the end of the matches, right? Once we got around that 80% capture point, we saw them get a little more relaxed and aggressive so they could continue staggering out the members of Fruit Salad and then eventually, go to win the map themselves. So big props over there to the Titans Blue. Their Lucio in particular, Aquim, was just on point in my opinion, enabling them to actually meet Fruit Salad on whichever avenue they chose to engage on. And not just meet them, but meet them immediately after they had made that decision. It was so fast that I don't even think Fruit Salad had a chance to understand and realize that, what we thought we were engaging on is actually them instigating on us in this other side.
All of Busan was very, I'm not trapped here with you, you're trapped here with me.
Right.
Yes. Yeah, it had that energy for sure. So, a great showing here. I mean, map, match, tournament point on the line here for Fruit Salad, fighting for their lives at this point. But maybe that's the kick in the pants that they need, right? Maybe they go for a little pep talk between maps and turn out something crazy. I do not want to rule them out by any means. This game is not over yet. But Titans Blue comfortably in the driver's seat, we'll say right now.
Yeah, totally there. And, it is really about how these teams harness their different losses and get themselves fired up, right? Michael Jordan talks about how he uses that to fuel his game and, bring the most intense and best quality he can to really say, hey, it doesn't matter what you say and that we lost. I'm here to play. And this is how I continue to get better and continue to always be competitive. And, I really want Fruit Salad to do that, especially against a team like Titans Blue, right, who is doing very well. And, well, they carry a big burden with themselves holding the Vancouver Titans name. So really curious to see what goes on next. We're going over to Hybrid for our next map, Thibble. So, might be King's Row as per usual. But folks, we'll have to see what Fruit Salad picks, and we'll be back in a minute. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup 2. We are in the midst of our third series of the day here. We're seeing Vancouver Titans Blue go up against Fruit Salad. Maybe I should be saying Fruit Salad, maybe?
Yeah,
little tough one there.
Their team sheet's got a lot of different little markers over all the letters, and
Well, if they join us in the interview booth, we will definitely be asking what the proper pronunciation of their name is.
I'm sure we'll get a fantastic answer for that. I'm sure that will be the highlight of our day. Oh, man. Looking at hybrid here for our second map, the pool, same as it's been. Statistically, let's be real, folks, we're going to Kings Row. But you never know. There's a chance, right? It's up to
Did we go anywhere other than Kings Row today so far?
We have not.
Okay.
No, we have not. Though we don't know where Dart Monkeys and Timeless Ethereal went. They did not specify. But hey, there's a first time for everything. We are going to Eichenwalde, folks. I dig it. So many opportunities to really shake things up. The meta composition has certainly made its presence known there, but there has always been an opening for a Pharah, an Echo, a Junkrat. You know, you've got some options.
Yes.
Let's say. And with your tournament life on the line, man, now is kind of the time. If ever you were going to pull out something weird in the hopes that it worked, if only even for a fight or two, this would kind of be it. You know,
yeah.
Hint. So we'll see if they decide that. Though oftentimes I used to always wonder why teams wouldn't do something like that when it's like your tournament life on the line. It's the last map of the series. You've already lost. Way back in the day when that could be a thing where you could get 3-0'd and still have a map to play. You know, like, why not go with something crazy? And honestly, the answer is usually like, either we still want this practice on what is the meta comp,
right?
Or we want, at the very least, like, we still think that this is our best option. Like going crazy wouldn't necessarily solve anything. Which I can respect. Like, whatever. You've put the time in on that comp. It's the comp to play. You've practiced it. Keep going no matter what. Obviously, on the attack here, don't know if this is what we're getting. It looks fun.
It looks fun. Nah, we're not. I don't even want to go down that rabbit hole.
I mean, Korean Contenders has been playing Hog. I'm just saying.
That's true. That's true. And we have seen a lot of Roadhog actually throughout yesterday some, and I saw a bunch last weekend in open division. So, you know, the Roadhog forcing out a lot of early Suzus has been pretty interesting as far as how the tempo and instigation of fight and its resources are playing out. I think there's a lot of potential here for Vancouver Titans to get picked early. You mentioned throwing them off their game, bringing out something a little more unexpected. Juno on this Roadhog is exactly what the doctor ordered here. That's a nice hook, taking down Kazara early. Sophia already taken out of this fight, and ooh, with the pick there onto Damon, it's going to be really tough for Titans Blue to push, and Kazara's flipped onto the Orisa.
I didn't realize we started celebrating Christmas so early. It's the 19th of November. This is great. I'm digging this a lot. Juno, great pick potential. The Winston, obviously kind of a glaring weak point that Kazara immediately moves to address. The Orisa, I imagine, is probably a much more sensible answer to this sort of composition.
Yeah.
The amount of work you can do with your javelins and with Fortify and everything really does help. And Nari, of course, just hitting all the shots in the world right now. Also a pretty decent boon. So Adrian flip on. This already looks like it's kind of the break for Fruit Salad. But
yeah,
they're getting some work done.
Well, Fruit Salad had a really good opportunity to try and take that objective just now, and I thought they did a great job trying to capitalize it, knowing that Kazara was running back from spawn. It was going to take some time, but now they have the Kitsune available and the Nano, but pushing into an overclock from Nari here while trying to push through this small bridge seems like a disaster in waiting. That is a narrow alleyway that you have to jump out of, and they've been hitting their shots. There's the engagement here, and a wall pushes a sleeved Kazara up high for just a quick moment. Does go ahead and stall out them attacking Juno here. It is a chaotic fight in this small room. Kazara drops to 4, does manage to stay alive in the end of it. Nari now at 18, and these supports from Titans Blue absolutely clutching it out to keep their teammates alive literally by the tiniest of slivers, Libble.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, that's one of those where Fruit Salad goes like, come on, like we did that right. We slept the Orisa. We walled off our engage window.
She had
Like,
4 health. They were robbed.
4 health. Like, absolutely. That's just one of those where, like, the finest pixel, the single bullet changes the entire course of that fight.
Yeah.
But the result is the same no matter what. They still make no progress on the point. They still have a long way to go. It's still only a minute and 15-ish to go. And Nari is still hitting those shots.
Oh man, and this is exactly what we saw from Titans Blue earlier on our first map, right? Fruit Salad was looking to back off, regroup, and take a different angle. And what do you know? Aquim gives them the speed boost, and of course they continue to capitalize and take down all the stragglers.
Yeah, I feel like Titans Blue really smell the blood in the water. Less than a minute on the clock. They have ultimates. They have the positional advantage. Eichenwalde is one of those where you can absolutely just hold forward with no worries. And if they hold forward and lose, frankly, if they're quick, they could still come back for a recontest. There's not a lot of time on the clock. Sydney Rush comes out for Machi.
And Sophia has switched over to this Pharah instead. They are taken down by Nari by a railgun shot, but Fruit Salad has pushed on to this point. They're slowly capping it, and they took 1 tick, but now they're losing members. There's a good kill onto Kitsu, and the real question is, can they continue to sustain themselves? Nari is free-firing unhindered, and no one's giving them the time of day. That's a problem because Adri goes down as a result. Fruit Salad is still slowly capping this point, and Nari gets taken down there just at the end. A beautiful javelin is thrown, and Kazara goes ahead and takes down another, but Fruit Salad looking to take this point in overtime. It's a scrappy fight, and with Juno on this Roadhog, there's a lot of sustainability for them to continue using that breather. Thibble, this is a tough one.
That looked almost done for half a second. The Spirit Rush into the Suzu, into the hook, immediately almost brought it back, but even then, I think the swaps coming through from Titans Blue and everything, there just wasn't enough in the tank for Fruit Salad to fully finish off this fight. Juno's still trying. Juno's still getting picks.
Oh my gosh.
It's a 1v1 here versus the Trigger, but the Reaper's coming back. The Moira's also coming back. So it's Elf and Juno versus Nari.
Wraith is no more here. Kitsu has Death Blossom. Are they going to survive long enough to be able to use it? Not a chance. Juno takes them down, and Juno has the whole hog online if needed. Looks like they're...
No, dude. Cloud9 Esports is an esports company established in 2013 by Jack Etienne. Did you know that? Wow. Oh, that's a heartbreaker because Juno was doing the work. Juno was having the fight of their life right there. Elf coming back on the Moira to recontest. Sophia had swapped to the Pharah at one point.
It was popping Barrage in the middle of that at the end.
Literally. Kazara swapped over to the Wrecking Ball, and I think that's actually what did it. I think the displacement from spin to win, just attach to the cart and go, was exactly what they needed to get everyone off the cart for just that millisecond that they needed. And that's a heartbreaker. But it's not a full hold. This is technically winnable for Fruit Salad.
Right.
It's a hell of a mountain to climb. Let's be real, folks.
Fuller hold is always on the table.
Yes, this is the spirit of Achilleos in this Chili's tonight. You know?
I will say one of my other favorite things is there's plenty of time in overtime to choke. So
yes, you're absolutely right too. Sophia and Elf again on the Pharah Mercy coming through, trying to play double dutch over there, as I can see. This tower right here in the center that we're looking at on the right of the screen now is the perfect place for a Pharah to kind of just do her thing, peek around the corner, blah, blah, blah. Vancouver Titans Blue, let's see what they come out with. Does this Diva stick? I imagine it does. That makes sense. Nari on the Pharah. So not opting for the Sojourn where she's been getting so much work done. Nari and Aquim instead opting to go for the straight duel. We are having an honorable 2v2 in the skies of Eichenwalde today. And I love it.
Well, and this is match point right now for Vancouver Titans Blue. Fruit Salad needs to bring their A game if they want to stay in this series. They almost had it there towards the end of the first point to capture it, but that is a nice early pick onto Kitsu. It's going to burn more time, and Titans Blue retreat immediately to regroup after losing that critical member.
Right. I mean, they've got the time. Don't bother. Don't get fancy with it. Do what you got to do. Right? Make the
Don't
swaps
feed.
happen right away. Yeah, don't overstay your welcome. Absolutely. And Kitsu and Kazara both making early swaps here. The Orisa and the Cassidy coming through. Juno with that pick potential, though, is still going to be a huge factor. Kazara does a lot to mitigate that with the Javelin Spin, with the Fortify, with Nari getting a pick, with Kazara following up.
Oh no!
Ooh,
That's a lot of
rough one.
players out of the game for Fruit Salad, and pretty much all of them joining suit as a result. Both supports were picked off right away by that pharmacy, and with no sustainability following suit, Titans Blue gonna go ahead, take this victory on Eichenwalde, and take their victory here for the final round of the Swiss rounds.
Right, yeah, bringing them up to 3-3, making them possible contenders for that top 16 window. They needed this.
Yeah.
They needed this to be as dominant as it
Ooh, a
was.
sharpshooter fair.
thankfully.
This might be fun.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch this. Nari,
This
we
was
didn't
it.
see a lot of first person, but it was absolutely beautiful watching that kill feed line up. Farah's doing Farah things, man. That's the one hero I really wish I could actually play. It's
You know
fine.
what? I agree with you there, all right? It's hard enough playing on the ground, but then you add the Y-axis to manage on top
third
of it.
dimension? That doesn't make any sense. I
don't have
calculate that stuff. No. I play Bejeweled. I'm sorry.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
fine. But what a showing from Titans Blue, right? We talked about they need to step up. They need to show that they're worthy of this name, worthy of the top 16, worthy to be here. Though, of course, all teams are perfectly worthy to be here. Boom. But like stepping up exactly as they needed to in this moment.
Yeah.
I don't think we could have asked for much more for them in a game like this, in our 6th Swiss round. And now they at least have a fighting chance to make it through to tomorrow. We have to see, obviously, how all the standings shake out, any tiebreaker scenarios that need to be decided. All of that's going to need to be calculated before we know. But they're certainly in a better position than they were just a bit ago.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I think that the Titans Blue are feeling really good closing out the Swiss rounds on a win like that with some really clean, fundamental gameplay that they were bringing to the table as far as moving around the map, meeting their enemy before they had time to really stage where they wanted to set up and path around to their point of attack. And even though Titans Blue won, I want to go back just a moment here, Thibble. Juno on Eichenwalde for Fruit Salad, an absolute beast. And regardless of these results, my player of the match goes to you, my friend, because that was some clutch Roadhog play coming through, hiding behind the cart, barely getting to take a breather in, just in time for Adri to come through and pop you some heals on the Moira. Just a really, really strong, clutch effort and moment and performance from all of you that I think deserves a lot of recognition.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, that game required perfection, and Fruit Salad were approaching that level. It was really just that one fight that cracked it open. And unfortunately, the margin of error was as small as it was, because in any other scenario, I fully believe Fruit Salad could have come back and maintained their hold, or, set up for a good streets defense or whatever, if that was the position that they were in. And then the cards just didn't shake out for them in that way. But that doesn't mean they didn't go out swinging.
Agreed.
And Juno on the hog, dude, that's the good stuff right there. That's something to be proud of. Absolutely. So, yeah, agreed. Well recognized, guys. You put in that work, however your name is pronounced.
Ooh, yeah. Well, and definitely not someone I want to meet in my quick play games, because that's definitely the only ranking possible we would ever see each other.
Yeah, please stay away from me.
Just
good job.
let me know it's you and I'll leave right away. You don't have to worry.
Yeah, I'll save myself the trouble. I'll save us both the trouble. I will.
Yeah, especially if you're, playing Genji or someone trying to push into Juno on the road.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna take a break.
That's my signal to go touch grass. I understand. Thank you. Have a good day.
Right.
So just as well, I mean, good effort on all sides. Excellent work for Vancouver Titans Blue. They're popping off. They're showing that they're worthy. In the meantime, we are going to work on setting up an interview here in the next few minutes. So we will see you guys whenever we've got that ready.
And welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup. We have the victorious Nari from the Vancouver Titans Blue team joining us here in the interview booth. Nari, hello, welcome, and thank you so much for joining us after your win. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. First two games weren't great, so I'm glad we could actually close it out with a win.
Oh, absolutely. And a beautiful win at that. You guys were pretty much in a flow state from our perspective, and it almost looked like you could read the future of where Fruit Salad was gonna path or try to attack next, and you were already there before they even had a chance to get set up. What kind of went into that, and what were the comms like?
Comms are like sometimes you get very chaotic in like the I guess more competitive matches. But this one a little less competitive, unfortunately. But we went in. We kind of had a reset after our first two games. I personally went on a walk outside to just like think about how I could like reset myself. Like think like I did not feel good that game. I actually like stopped calming in one of our games. So I went back in, reset everything just off the table. Nothing else matters. We just go in, we do our best, we play our game.
Well, you guys had a fantastic performance on that last match, and I think you were successful when you recalibrated, and you guys absolutely brought your A game. And, you know, you yourself are actually returning to the Challengers Cup. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
You were on Cataclysm before?
Yeah, it was one of the free agent teams. We got through to top 16 there as well. I don't know if we're gonna get it here, but I know there we got through top 16, but got eliminated first.
Oh, well, the good news is after your win just now, you guys are actually in the contenders to be in the top 16 going into tomorrow. So you guys were very clutch and, you know, did a fantastic job. Don't you think, Thibble?
Yeah, absolutely. Nice throw. Good job. So I kind of want to talk about just kind of how this tournament has gone as part of this new team, right? Or at least some new branding on this team, rolling in as Vancouver Titans Blue. You know, how does that feel for the whole squad to kind of have that name behind you? Like, is there pressure? Like, what expectations do you place on yourself? Like, and what has it been like working with the Titans?
It's been really fun. They held some trials back, like I think last month or something. I don't remember exactly, but I did really well in those. They hit me up saying, "Hey, you're good. Please join us." Basically,
Hey, that's a
um,
good message to get.
but yeah, uh, I don't know how everyone else feels about it, but personally, like I put a lot of pressure on myself already because I know I hate to be ego about this, but like I know how good I can be at this game. So I try to do my best always, and having this name behind me, just like I was like, oh, I should do really good in this. I really want to get my name out there and everything. I want to
Absolutely.
show the community like, hey, I'm here. Please let me play the game. And
Please, I swear. Yeah, rock on.
I swear we don't bite too hard.
Uh-huh.
yeah, no, but I wanna just the Titans are a really cool team. Really love the staff, love the team. They've all done really well for us. We all we just tried our best. We
Yeah,
did good.
absolutely. I mean, you guys put on a hell of a clinic in that last match. I think you guys are proving yourselves worthy of the name, as I kept bringing up. You know,
Oh,
I
yeah.
can only imagine,
Yes.
you know, the expectations you place on yourselves and everything alone. You know, I know competitors will always like, I am my own harshest critic. No one can be more kind of like
Exactly.
introspective on what I'm doing than I can be. So, I mean, I think I will certainly say I believe you are living up to the expectations you're placing on yourself because you had a hell of a game. That Farah was disgusting, by the by, right at the end. I was going
Yes.
to ask some sort of question about it, but I think it kind of speaks for itself. So, bravo on
I'd like
that.
to point
Great
out that
job.
like I barely play Pharah. Like I played it in AWIC a while back when it was meta, but I stopped doing it because I was like, I don't like this character. Plus, Sojourn's fun and broken,
For
so I
sure.
wanted to
Fair.
pick her up. Wanted to get as good as I could at
Both
that
true.
character, and I stopped playing for her. I missed a lot of shots that map there, but still got.
Well,
through.
your sharpshooter
one.
play of the game was the highlight, so
Yeah,
you
that
got
might
nothing
say
to
otherwise.
fret there. Yeah, you got a
Yes,
sharpshooter
you
play
got-
of the game, dude. It was.
You
I
hit
saw
like
the
3
play,
directs in a row. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't need to explain it
I
to
don't
you,
play
but
Farah very often anymore.
Yeah, you
Now you're
literally,
making
She's
like,
one of my
Bibble and
lowest
I
played
feel bad.
DPS besides like Tor, but
yeah. Well, I mean, I think you proved that maybe keeping the Farah in your back pocket isn't the worst idea. You know, the Sojourn I happily will admit is both fun and insanely broken. So
Yes.
feel free to keep going on that one for
I
as
wonder
long as
if they'll
that
nerf
lasts.
her.
You never know, right? Hey, I just make the tweets and do the casting.
Right.
Don't yell at me about Sojourn, please, everybody. It's not my call. I can't start the game, and
If
I
you don't
can't
nerf her,
nerf
I won't
Sojourn.
complain.
We-
Yeah, right. Yeah, I
Right.
mean, ride that train, dude. While you're good at a hero that's good, let that momentum carry you. Absolutely. Well, all right. I won't keep you any longer. Before we let you go, though, is there anyone you'd like to specifically thank or give a shout out to, or anything else you'd like to say to the fine folks out there watching us right now?
Yeah, thank you to the Titans for taking a chance on me, my team for supporting me, making sure I stayed alive and all that. I want to thank the coach that they gave us, Wadi. It's really good, really cool, really helped me out, helped me deal with my mental better. Thank some of my friends, Slick and Akumaru. Love them. Thank you to the community. Thank you to Blizzard for hosting this tournament. It's very fun so far.
Excellent. Well, glad to see you're enjoying it, and glad to see you got some people behind you. So thank you very much, Nari, and we'll let you go. Go celebrate your win and have a good rest of your day.
Well, I guess it should come as no surprise that Vancouver Titans Blue has quite the support staff and resources to really help their teams be successful. And I gotta say, I love hearing that there is a pipeline directly coming from these pro teams here for these events like Calling All Heroes, and hopefully we see more direct funneling down in our T2 and T3 scene. So we actually have a fully developed pipeline feeding everyone into the pros. But esports is young. We've got some time to cultivate, and we've got some time before our overall standings finalize as well, Thibble. It is the Swiss Series round, so everyone plays at a little bit different pace, and we've had some heavy hitters that I'm sure are going 3 maps, not wanting to go home at all, dude.
Absolutely. Yeah. So we're going to take a quick break while we kind of see how everything's shaken out, or if maybe there's another game in progress that we can jump into and give you guys some action on. As soon as we get that figured out, we'll jump right back in. So don't go anywhere.
Hey folks, and welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup. We are going to jump into the third map of a currently active round robin series of Defiance Night Witches versus Ban on Chalky Milk. And Thibble, I think you're a little personally invested in this, right?
I have stakes in this game, yes. I like Chalky Milk very much. So, you know, but I'm a caster. I will present an unbiased view of these events. If I happen to slip in my opinions about Chalky Milk, well, you have no choice but to deal with them. But I will keep them to a minimum.
Fun fact, chocolate milk is one of the best recovery drinks you can have after a workout.
Thank you. Yes, that's what I say every time. They're like, chocolate milk, really? Are you 5? And I go, no, it's actually really good for you.
Yep.
And it tastes good.
There's a team in Northern California, a school specifically, that is well known for making their own chocolate milk by their school, got their whole branding and everything on it. And every time we visited their turf for their own home games, they pass out chocolate milk to both teams that participate. So,
you know, I bet this team that we're about to cast right now probably hates those guys. I bet they're like the biggest rivals of them all. If that school ever makes an esports division and they face off against Ban on Chalky Milk, I want to be there for that. We got to make a show match or something.
Oh, yeah. Watch out, Fresno.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Well, we also have Defiance Night Witches. And personally, whenever I see anything with witches or... Geez, have you seen all of the Overwatch witch skins we have? I don't know who over there is making all those calls, but I think back to Monty Python and, you know, what burns other than witches? More witches!
Exactly.
And the Kiriko skin came out, so all I can say is, more witches!
I feel like the Night Witches should get to use Witch Kiriko. It's like, we normally disable skins for competitive play, obviously. But
I would allow it.
Come on, give them a little bit of that, right? That would be fun. But as we get out here, we've got Ban on Chalky Milk setting up on the defense. Don't know how they'll be able to do that with their severe calcium deficiency. But they're looking at a composition that we've seen already today, something that we're not necessarily surprised by. Double Sniper, Zen Bap with a Sigma. We've got some dancing going on. Oh yeah, he got a new dance too, I believe this is his new one.
Oh.
This composition is just great for, like, you've got a strong backline in the back, you have some pick potential midfield, and Sigma is just setting up with that shield, the projected barrier, providing that zone potential. Defiance, in the meantime, are going for exactly the same thing we've been seeing today, the go-to, the meta. Ize coming online with the Winston, and they are just going to try and put some pressure on and overwhelm the shield. An opening pick on the Cowrie will absolutely do that.
That is tough, you know, on Ban on Chalky Milk. Jeez. Defiance on Night Witches. Jeez, that's going to be tough. Night Witches.
There's,
all right.
Yeah, so many words. Into
Recalculating
all of
my brain
names.
here.
Yep. No, I don't blame you in the slightest. There's more words at the top of the screen than we're used to but even so, they're fighting it out. Defiance Night Witches just immediately pushing that point there, just being that forward presence that they need to get this happen.
Yeah, well, and Ban on Chucky Milk's comp is not quite as hardy as Night Witches are bringing to the table, right? They've got a Fran actually switching over to that Lucio instead, going to be getting back much faster. And now with Zombie instigating on this street here with Kitsune, they've pretty much put Ban on Chalky Milk in their place, with Zetsu Boy trying to recover, really only using Gravitic Flux to stall out. Defiance going to go ahead and take the first checkpoint.
And at this point, you maybe wonder if this composition is really working for you. I mean, the composition can work at any part of the map, but yeah, I think right here is the good time to swap. Night Witches are obviously proving that their aggression is not something that the Sigma and the double sniper can really deal with. So switching to your own Winston, your own Reaper, your own Kiriko, those are all kind of the answers, right? You go back to the mirror, you see what you can do with this in the neutral game. You do kind of have you're going to have a bit of an ult disadvantage as this overclock comes online for Fellow. But nothing you can do for that except build them up.
Right, Fellow trying to just chomp away at the health bars on Ban on Chalky Milk. Does throw a nice disruptor shot in the heart of the choke point. Kaori goes ahead, takes down Ize as a result, and well, that is the momentum shift Night Witches were looking, or I'm sorry, Chalky Milk was looking for to stop Night Witches in their track, and this is a really strong defensive point that they want.
Fran and Zetsubo as well, just stepping up, you know, kind of chasing them off. You got to be that duo that's like, and stay out. So obviously establishing themselves, trying to take some space back because the time bank here is no small thing. Ban on Chalky Milk have a lot of ultimates at their disposal, but Night Witches are no pushovers either. They have the Kitsune Rush, they have the Death Blossom. You hardly even need it when Yuki shoots as fast as he does with the ultimate.
Yeah, you might as well be a Gatling gun when the Kitsune Rush is available. Fellow trying to just free fire here from the back line. Not finding as many kills as Ize continues to push forward, putting pressure onto Chalky Milk. Now needs to come back to try and save the back line, but it's a little too late. The rest of the team has gone down, and well, Chalky Milk here defensively holding this high ramp once again.
And not too expensive. I mean, you use both your support ultimates, so Night Witches will have the advantage with the sound barrier, but that's all they have.
Right.
No primal, no overclock to work with there. So if I'm Night Witches, you maybe try and pull those ultimates on this next fight. You've got 3 minutes. Like, it is doable, but you want to be smart about your ult economy here. Don't just throw good ults after bad. You know, approach that in a strategic sort of way. Do some thinking here between fights, and then walk forward with your time. They engage with the beat.
Night Witches, yep, pop the beat here and pushing straight into Momo's overclock as a result. Not going to be as effective as they were hoping because the damage from the DPS on Chalky Milk are absolutely insane. This is honestly, if there's a point on this whole map where the defense can hold for an excessive amount of time, it is right here on this ramp in the Streets phase.
It absolutely is. And you know, we've mentioned a couple times that engaging with beat is generally regarded to be not the greatest move historically. I don't know if that's still true in this meta, but I think the thing that we saw there is a prime example of why we say that. Because you can step up with the beat, and yeah, you've got the extra health, yeah, you can walk forward without immediately dying, but if Chalky Milk then immediately back all the way up, what do you get out of it? Not much. Now though, Dog stepping up and getting some kills.
The sustain through that Death Blossom from Night Witches was absolutely incredible. There was pretty much Kaori in the heart of Night Witches trying to continue putting the damage in, and props to the supports and those fast reflexes.
I was going to say, yeah, if I had to throw $1 towards whoever was probably responsible for that fight being successful for Night Witches, it'd probably be Zombie that gets that $1. I imagine Isuzu was a pretty important part of making that fight work. Because if that Death Blossom comes in and gets even 1 kill, it pushes it. So for it to get nothing, like you said, props to the support line there, because that is giving Night Witches their chance in this map right now.
still more pressure here from Fellow to try and make or break the team for them. Fran does get the kill, and Cowrie goes ahead to join them in the feed. Regardless of all of the ultimates used in this fight, Ban on Chalky Milk still coming out ahead in the kill feed, and they've shaved off so much time. There's now only 47 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, not a ton of time to work with, not a ton of tools in the toolbox for Defiance, and suddenly this time bank that they had has been whittled and whittled and whittled. Like you said, this point on the map is the most defensible by probably a good bit, but Cowrie with that opening pick again. 30 seconds on the clock.
So
and they're going to push the issue.
Of course they're going to chase, because if you can get a stagger that late, it's even more time or maybe a disadvantage for Night Witches when they try and engage here again, right? They're going to be able to touch for the overtime, assuming no one gets booped away. I don't want to prophesize any other options. So far, Ize jumps on the point here with that Winston bubble, trying to continue making space. Momo takes down Luna as a result, and well, it's time for some hero plays. Can the DPS clutch it out? Well, looks like Chalky Milk's DPS can. Momo pops one after another with the overclock, and as a result, Ban on Chalky Milk holding the defense before this second checkpoint.
Absolute heartbreaker too, because you maybe heard me call out keep an eye on Luna. He was he started that fight with 92%, right? You immediately walk up, and she's just trying to build it, and she finally gets it halfway through that fight and gets Ajaxed. So, I mean, that sound barrier coming through could have been the difference that got them through that fight. And just, I think, obviously, Ban on Chalky Milk were probably aware of that win condition, aware that that was maybe the only ultimate Defiance Night Witches had online, and just focus the Lucio, right? Like, that's the logical solution to that problem. And it was literally a matter of milliseconds. You know, it was a game of inches to decide whether or not that sound barrier got out and potentially change the course of that entire thing. So now we are back in the position that we've been in a couple times today. The line in the sand has been drawn. 83.34 meters. Most of the way through streets, you know, a respectable push overall. Not as much perhaps as they would have liked, but a chance, a place to hold. For Ban on Chalky Milk, the point you need to pass to win this series.
It's match point. Whichever team wants to actually take this win and give themselves that final boost for their overall scores moving into the top 16 need to stand tall and do it now here on Circuit Royale. It's the last round of Swiss round styles, and well, pushing into pushing into Night Witches could be difficult, right? We saw, well, I like that they've actually already backed up a little bit more. They want to wait and force out those resources early in the fight, get some disruptor shots, and with an early kill and a lot of exchanges actually, Ban on Chalky Milk are going to have the player advantage, but it's still a lot. Oh my gosh, Thibble, this is a sloppy fight as far as who's getting picked left and right, back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about, like, do teams want to hold at this first corner, or do they want to back up and give up resources and things like that? There's maybe some dissonance here or there, fight to fight, on where exactly you want to go or how exactly you want to handle it. And I think both teams maybe made some slight errors that allowed for those trades and that sloppiness and for that fight to kind of default to where it did. Even so, Night Witches look to be recovering quickly, immediately setting up on this corner. No confusion there about how they want to set that up. Doggy's going for a bit of a flank, applying some pressure, but Momo already coming out of these.
A lot of abilities already forced out, and this is going to be a scrappy fight now. As a result, everyone is essentially killable and waiting for the right opportunity to try and capitalize. We see that there is doggies with the Death Blossom here online, and really it's a matter of time of when they want to pop it. Are they looking? No! Just gonna jump in the heart of Chalky Milk, take my 4K, and well, reset la-dee-da.
Can someone induce vomiting on doggies? Because chocolate is not good for them. We gotta, can someone get on that? Can someone call them, please? Sorry, folks, I had to sneak that one in there. So some ultimates coming online for Night Witches as they establish their hold off of that Death Blossom. They did also use the Kitsune Rush, but Momo starting right out with the overclock and immediately getting the pick onto her counterpart.
Yeah, and with Fellow taking out early in this fight, that means there's no overclock online for Night Witches either. Doesn't look like it's going to matter because Ize is all over that back line, putting the pressure onto Momo as a result, and the amount of space that they created to continue allowing Night Witches to defend this first point was incredible.
Right, yeah. I mean, we were talking about Achilles earlier. I feel him in this Chili's tonight. You know, the fuller hold is still very much on the table, even if, frankly, if Ban on Chalky Milk give up the next couple fights or give up the next
Yes.
point. Or rather, can manage to capture the first point. Sorry, I'm getting my side swap. They have some ultimates online. They have the capacity to do so. The Kitsune from Open with the Death Blossom Calories could do quite a bit. But I think they're content to kind of draw ult. Never mind, I absolutely tell a lie, but that's all they're cute.
Yeah, and well, in the thick of all the confusion and mayhem, it is all Ban on Chalky Milk, continuing to put the pressure and berate Night Witches. They got all the kills they needed to finally grab that first checkpoint, but that was a lot of time burned off the clock.
Right, and look at Zetsubo immediately just like stepping all the way forward, right? All of this space is now available to his team to reposition, to reestablish themselves, and I think that's a very strong presence of mind from her to immediately be like, guys, I'm gonna be up here. I'm just gonna look big and scary. I need you guys to set up exactly where you want. Get this cart moving. Let's figure out how we want to fight this. So strong call, I would say, from Zetsubo for the rest of Ban on Chalky Milk, because they don't have a lot to work with as Kaori also goes down. Primal does come out from Zetsubo.
Well, yeah, even with the use of the Primal, they do manage to take down Zombie here in the thick of the game. And, well, another kill, is it? There it is, right there on to Doggies. Does actually result from Momo, but it's all about the team work. Chalky Milk continuing to be aggressive and push forward, as now the members of Night Witches still are outnumbered.
Looking a little dire. Ize's going to have the Primal Rage coming back online. Zombie's going to have the Kitsune Rush, but they need him not get staggered. Yeah, dude, you got to go. You absolutely need to leave. There's not a lot of space. There are 2 minutes on the clock. You have one shot. And if you see 9, you got to PayPal me $10. Okay.
There's the touch here from Night Witches. Ize goes ahead, uses the Primal Rage to make sure no one else can really put too much pressure. Even though Momo pops the overclock, there's still a lot of damage potential, and Ize down to the sliver of health, taken down at the end of the day. And now Night Witches are going to be down a player, down 2 players. That's devastating, and that is exactly what Chalky Milk wants for their opportunity here to take this victory on Circuit Royale. It's match point, and they are gonna take the win.
Yeah, poor Doggies there. You saw just at the end of that Death Blossom. I think she basically made the attempt to like, oh, they're gonna run right past me and I'm gonna be right there, and they just kept running. I mean, they do have this Death Blossom to take home with them, which excellent stuff. But I mean, that was just a tough fight from the beginning, right? That was an uphill battle in the extreme. You didn't have a lot of time to work with. You had to maintain such a stout defense, much like the last game that we saw. It's just one of those where you kind of needed to be pretty close to perfect, and there was just one moment that kind of busted that all open. So a good effort from them, but even so.
And a really nice defensive effort from Ban on Chalky Milk as well, you know, coming through to really stall right there before the second checkpoint. And that's just one of those it's like being stalled just before the second checkpoint on King's Row, with how the stalls favor the defense and how much easier it is to free fire on them trying to walk up that longer alleyway, right? If the offenses establish themselves, they push forward to take that space like we saw from Zetsubo for a reason. And, well, at the end of the day, the ban on Chalky Milk is a go. Sorry, Thibble.
I'll get my revenge. Don't worry. Yeah, I mean, dang. It was a close game all the way through. I think both of them put forth an excellent showing. Really showed what they were capable of in those last minutes, right? We had some great plays on either side. You know, just some fantastic sets, some clear communication coming through, like strategy on both sides, showing that they each had a plan of how they wanted to do things. But at the end of the day, the odds of drawing on Escort are infinitesimal.
Right.
So,
It's
Man, I would love that. I would love that so much. But let's be real.
You
It's not gonna happen.
know,
One day.
yours truly has done it, and it was definitely a C9 when it happened for the
I
checkpoint. So
love that.
that's
I
that's the
absolutely
equation
love
that
that.
typically unfolds if that's the case.
Yeah, absolutely. Even so, much the same as we have been flowing through today, we are going to see about getting an interview ready for you guys. If we can, we will get that to you as soon as we can. Otherwise, we will come back to review the final standings for the day and talk about tomorrow. Be right back. Maybe. Maybe.
Oh,
Ah,
just kidding,
sorry.
folks.
We've been mic checking with the interviewer. Production has been busy, so we just get to stand here and stare at you for a second. Not a big deal. We are ready to go with our interview. In fact, so actually, let's just get that one going. Sorry about that. And hello there to Cowrie. How are you doing today?
Hello.
Hey, thanks for
Yeah.
joining us and congratulations on your win. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're
Holy
throwing you to
shit.
the wolves real fast. Yeah,
Sorry. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm a little frazzled. That was a close game, for sure. I was
understandable.
very,
Yeah.
very a lot of yelling. That's for certain. For certain. Um,
Take us on the
um,
journey of kind of like what you guys went through for all three of those maps, because unfortunately us and the audience didn't get to jump in until your very last round there on Circuit Royale. But tell us about kind of how the evolution of the whole series unfolded up until you guys take the win.
so yeah, we had a very close map that went to 2-1 on Oasis. We lost the first map and then won the next two. So we were a little frazzled going into that, and then the next map on Kings Row went to a 5-6 final score.
Whoa.
We
Oh
pushed it almost all
man.
the way twice, both teams. So it was very interesting. Yeah. I just remember we lost Kings Row, and then obviously you guys went on the journey with us to Circuit Royale. Yeah.
Whew. Well, you guys definitely had a lot of back and forth, and I want to definitely call out that you guys had fantastic defense right there before the second checkpoint of Circuit Royale. What was kind of the mentality and thoughts, or like how did you guys really bring that together? Because you stalled there for what was it, maybe 3-ish minutes, Thibble?
Closer to 4.
Closer to
Yeah.
4.
Um,
Jeez.
So we identified some of the weaknesses in their team. Obviously, I'm not going to do that because that would be rude to the other team. But we were like, okay, when they use these set of cooldowns, we blow this person up. And that was basically, and then it turned into screaming target calling as
Got
per
it.
usual. That was, I think all of my team's voices are going to be fried. Oh my God. It's
Hey,
gonna be rough.
go drink a honey lemon, plenty of
I,
water.
I,
I
I
think you
believe
guys will
I'm
be
actually
fine
going
on
to go
that.
drink some chalky milk.
Ooh,
Oh.
My
hang on.
team tried to ban my chalky milk addiction. That's why the team name is Ban on Chalky Milk.
Okay, it's because we
Mm.
have a secret chalky milk stan. I'm so glad we got
Yeah,
to figure that out.
because
I assumed you
one
all hated it.
no.
Good to know.
It's my team. So basically they don't hate it either. It's just they hate what it does to my comms. I just start yelling and screaming the entire scrim block, and they
Because
they
it's a
can't get me
superior
in
beverage that
control.
gives you the strength. Yeah,
Exactly. For
Yep.
I get
sure.
it.
New gamer fuel in the house. Chalky
Yeah,
milk. Let's go.
yeah. That's gonna be G
Yeah,
Fuel's next
yeah,
deal is we do chocolate milk now.
yeah.
Cool. Okay. I mean, I don't think we'll keep you too much longer. You've had a long day of games and everything. Obviously, your voices are all shot and you need some delicious fortifying chocolate milk, which is the
Exactly.
right call to make. But before we let you go, is there anyone in particular you'd like to shout out or any message you'd like to send to the fans out there as we approach the end of the day?
Well, I want to say a big shout out to my team. We kind of like put a lot of last second prep in. Along with I've been scrimming like 6 hours a night with two teams I'm on for Valorant and for Overwatch. So
Wow.
it's been really stressful, but the team has been very flexible, and I appreciate that they go through all that effort to make sure that my schedule can fit with theirs. So big ups to them. And then also, you know, I've always wanted to have one of these interviews, you know? So, and ever since I was like 14, I've been grinding
Oh.
games competitively. And then I saw Overwatch League get announced. I was like, I want to be on a big channel one day. So don't give up. You'll get there one day. You'll get your interview. You'll get your time in the spotlight if you keep working on it. So, yeah, thank you for having me.
Yeah,
Well,
you absolutely got that. Let's hope
absolutely,
this
yeah.
is yeah, let's hope this is the first of many, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And
I got a feeling.
congratulations on your goal actually coming to fruition.
Yeah.
That doesn't always happen for us.
Yeah. Bravo. All right. Well, we'll leave you to it. Go enjoy your victory. Go have a big old glass of chalky milk and think of me. I don't know. Because I like it too. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, yeah. And then yeah, thank you very much, Carrie.
Yeah, have a glass and think of me, eh? Nice
Yeah,
nibble.
the other chocolate milk fan. That's all I'm saying. I also like chocolate milk. I'm the only person here stepping up for chocolate milk.
You know what?
I find that I have a kindred spirit for once in my life. Sorry.
Next time
Anywho.
we meet up, I'll buy you a chocolate milk and we'll have a cheers, okay, my friend?
God, we're gonna get the weirdest look from whatever waiter or bartender, wherever that is.
It's okay. We'll tip well. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. They'll be fine. They'll get over it. We got some stand-ins here to look at, folks.
Woo.
We got 17 through 31. These teams, unfortunately, will not be moving on to tomorrow.
Darn.
Even so, we actually do see some teams here that managed to pull out their first wins off of that last round. We have some teams here that clearly showed that they were, maybe starting to come together, get some momentum going, figuring out how they wanted to do things and the ways they wanted to do them.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I think, even teams that land in these spots, because we see winners all the time, but for every winner, there are teams that unfortunately do not move along. But I think in a tournament like this is all such a fantastic learning experience and opportunity for them.
Right.
That I hope they walk away from this with their heads high.
Well, a lot of teams have never had an opportunity to really play at this level of competition, at this scale of competition, right? This is a Blizzard and Overwatch Path to Pro driven event. And a lot of these players haven't had that opportunity to really be in this, more prestigious type of environment, competing against like contenders level fellow players. And I definitely don't think that's anything to scoff at, because that can help you develop so much as a player. And if you grow from those, you will probably be seeing more of you as a result. Obviously, though, we have seen a lot of the powerhouses play. These are going to be our top 16 teams, with Dart Monkeys as the only perfect, unhindered score there for their win-loss ratio. We saw Timeless Ethereal earlier, and we just saw Ban on Chalky Milk. So a couple more powerhouses making their name here. And man, it is going to be a tough run for these teams tomorrow going up against each other, because quite a few of these are very strong.
Insanely strong teams. Yeah. I mean, no kidding about there being a lot of competition at the top, right? Most of the top 11 teams are all 4-2. Like, I think that really speaks forward to minimum, right? That speaks, I think, to their dominance, certainly, but also the level of competition that I think we're going to see. I'm hoping not too many 2-0s tomorrow as we get into our first rounds in the afternoon. Also want to shout out Vancouver Titans Blue making the cut down there.
Yeah.
We've got a few 3-3s, obviously, starting with number 1 on Overbuff and going all the way down. But I think it's good to see, after having spoken with them, that they managed to make it in just under the wire that they needed to be. I mean, still proving themselves capable.
I agree with you there. And they were really wanting to be in that top 16. Both of those teams them and Fruit Salad were really on the cusp of like, okay, are you going to be able to make it to come back and make a showing tomorrow? But the Titans Blue really invested well. They came to play and clutched it out here for the last round. So big props out to them for really, making sure they found their footing and, well, starting to make a name for themselves as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, tomorrow's a new day, right? Just
Ooh.
because you're number 16 does not mean you cannot make a run by any means.
Six-
Hangzhou Spark came in at the 12th seed and made it to 4th place.
Let's
Right? So,
go.
like,
Let's see those upsets.
yeah, I think that's the energy that I'm really hoping to see tomorrow, is teams realizing, like, the fact that we get to play at all tomorrow means that there's a chance.
Right.
Doesn't matter how slim, doesn't matter at all. We're going to just try and make this happen. So shout out to all the teams that made it. Shout out to all the teams that didn't. Like, don't worry. Yeah, it sucks. As a competitor, you always, probably walk away from that with a bit of a taste in your mouth. But at the end of the day, especially if this is like your first or one of your few first opportunities at this level, at this scale, keep going. Like, every team and every player started as the team that didn't quite make it necessarily, and they just ground it out, built it up. So let this be your start. Let this be the place where you become that sort of player. Because I think we have a lot of like really inspiring talents, even on the 17 to 31 graphic over there, So I'm excited to see them come up in future qualifiers and see what they can do as they develop their skill.
Yeah. Well, and the Calling All Heroes path is its own parallel path down the path to pro as well. So I suspect that we will see a lot of these players returning from across all the teams as, they continue to grow, and us as an Overwatch community continue to expand how often we include all the marginalized genders and how often we make it become more regular, right? Where it's no longer special. It's the norm that we're always all together and it's all equal all the time. And, peace and brotherly love. Let's go world peace all around. That kind of vibe pushing forward.
That's what we're here for. Yeah, we are going to solve world peace this weekend, folks. Be ready. Twitter might not be here, but world peace will be. And that's a fact.
Twitter was never going to contribute to world peace, all right?
It frankly needs to go if we want it. So now's the perfect time. In any case, folks, we're hitting the rambling stage of the night. Thank you very much for watching. We will be back same time, same place tomorrow to start our round of 16. See those final 4 that qualify for the finals in December. Again, thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting Tier 2 and the Challengers Cup. And we will see you guys later.